the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Shalom, brothers and sisters. I'm Elder Ricochet of the Gathering of Christ Church here, live with a serious conversation that's long overdue. As you can see, the Academy starts December 4th, and I hope you all will be enrolled. December 4th. Let's shatter the past records and bring forth this understanding in these last days. That's right. It's imperative we come together under one faith, one Lord, one baptism, and one understanding. The truth is under attack. God's people and those who believe in Him are under attack. All right. Now, this conversation is well overdue, of course, amongst the Hebrew world. Rabbi Harry Rosenberg is his reputation precedes him. We have posted some of his videos in the past where, outside of personal conversation concerning race, he was able to just go into the details concerning or addressing white people or Europeans who converted into Judaism with no issue at all, right? And he was just stating fact. And that's something that went viral amongst Hebrew, I would say, circles. I have him here today, and we're going to have a discussion in the wake of what's going on with Kyrie, Kanye West, now Dave Chappelle, as well as what's going on with some of the Jewish owners and things of that nature, so that we can have a real conversation. Okay? Not skirt around the direct question. Why are black people today taking on an identity or belief of Jews? And why is it on the other side? How is it that two separate races are claiming the same, I would say, not just religion, ethnicity? And is there a problem? And what we're going to find out today, and what I'm going to ask him in particular, and this is what I talked to Rabbi about yesterday, what exactly is anti-Semitism? So we're going to talk about this today in a open conversation so that it's full disclosure and understanding can be had on either side to come to an equal medium. Without any further ado, let's bring in Rabbi Harry Rosenberg. Blessings, Rabbi Harry Rosenberg. Of course, we spoke. How are you doing this evening? Thank you for being able to make some time for our church and for this platform in such short notice. How are you this evening, sir?
I'm feeling grateful inside of my brain, and God bless you and your congregation for wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. Before we begin, introduce yourself to the congregation throughout the world. All right, introduce yourself so that everyone can be familiar with who you are, and we can start the conversation.
Okay, certainly, I'd be happy to. So I'm Harry Rosenberg, born and raised in Queens, New York. I grew up a regular American, went to public school, and then later on in my life, I switched into yeshiva, where I started studying Torah and understanding my family's ancestry. And in my pursuit of understanding what my ancestors wrote down years ago, I noticed that there was a big gap in the timeline where I noticed that the Jewish people seemed to be a small remnant of the house of Israel, and that there was a greater exile where everyone went missing. So I had some divine providence that led me to explore this route and understand which communities around the world felt that they were from the house of Israel. And then I read in the works of my ancestors that in order for us to get to the redemption of humanity, world peace, the third temple in Jerusalem, whatever you want to call it, we're going to need to unite with the house of Israel. So I felt like if people wanted to serve God and to be a good Jew, that's amazing. But I felt like we had something to do. We had to unite the tribes of Israel, because that's what we need to do to get to world peace. So that's just where I put my focus and my energy, and I utilized my Jewish connections and my ability to speak American to create vessels and entities to promote this agenda and to help push the cause forward after thousands of years of waiting.
Okay, well, I'm glad we're able to have this conversation. I don't know whether or not there's a fan in the back that's getting in between, but you broke up a little bit. So if you can bring your audio a little closer, because I guess there's a gate on it that separates it.
Sure. A little closer now.
Thank you. That's a lot better. All right, let's get right to it. Because it seemed as if, and I have a few clips, and I'll go over that a little later, but I want to have this conversation first. I think that the confusing part that's going on is that the majority of the earth, when it comes to this Jew conversation, right? We're looking at some people, we discussed this, blacks as a monolith and or Jews as a monolith, and somewhere there's misunderstandings. There's a such thing as secular Jews who don't practice the form of religion you've devoted yourself to, where they're secular. They have no belief according to the Bible in of itself than money itself, right? So I believe we spoke about that. I need you to actually speak on that if you can. The fact that it's wrong for anyone to see Israelites as a monolith who believe one particular thing. Christ was a black man. I'm going to say that emphatically. He was from a faction of Jews that was separate from zealots, Pharisee, scribe, and he was peaceful, right? Now, it didn't stop him from telling the truth and being a threat to society, but all in all, Christ was a peaceful man, and all of the sects of Jews didn't believe the same thing. So clear that up for me when it comes to that in of itself, if you can speak on that.
Sure. I mean, you see, even in the Torah, when Moses, comes down with the laws, even then there was intertribal conflict where you had Korach was saying, why are you the priest? Why can't we all be priests? And there was divisions within the camp of Israel since day one. That's a fact. Even throughout the kingdoms, King Solomon's time, afterward, King David, all throughout the history, fractions trying to advance the agenda of what the creator of the universe wants to have happen. And what we see happening is, because we could reverse engineer it, is who ended up surviving. What version of the Torah ended up surviving. And if you look back, there is only one version of the Torah that gave birth 2,000 years ago at this period, and that's what the Jewish people have today. So today, there are no conflicting groups of Jews as far as what the law of Moses is. Yeah, there are some ideological differences. This one's pro-Israel, this one's not into settling Israel. But as far as the law of Moses goes, the Israelites, the Jewish people, are in uniform today. And at the time you're referencing 2,000 years ago, there was the same thing. People were saying this should be the custom, this should be the law, and whatever survived, it seems to be that was what the will of the creator of the universe was.
Okay, so let me make this clear first, right? You didn't grow up Jewish. You converted into Judaism, correct?
No, I grew up Jewish, just not affiliated, like conservative reform.
Okay. It so happened, and really what spurred my interest in reaching out to you, and thank you, Ryan, Deacon Ryan from England, for reaching out, making sure that we can get this broadcast going. Couldn't have done it without him reaching out to you from over the pond. The reason this conversation was spurned, that made me reach out to you, Harry, Rabbi Harry, is because it so happened that, when you go through clips and all that, I seen something when it comes to the housewives of California or something like that, right? And I forgot about what part of California, but there was a clip on YouTube where a woman who was married to a Jewish man, she converted to Judaism because she loved the traditional values she witnessed surrounding her husband when it comes to traditions and values that she thought should be applied to her family and her children going forward outside of her Christian beliefs. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So she converted to Judaism, and now she's considered a Jewish woman. Her children now follow all of the practices, and she's recognized as a Jewish woman, even though she wasn't born Jewish. Now, that in particular spurned, it really, it spurned my curiosity to reach out to you, to say, well, okay, because you came out one day, you made a video, and you talk about Uncleus who converted, which was a Roman, into Judaism after the time of Christ. And that was a historical point you made to say, well, hold up. There's people who aren't from the bloodline Jews that are still recognized as Jewish people. And I don't believe the majority of Jews even understand that today, the seculars or others, that sometimes you can be a Jew without actually being from the bloodline of the lost tribes of Israel. And I'm going to tell you where I'm going there, because I think the conflict that's coming in is that the Israelites that are coming to the knowledge of themselves aren't embracing a conversion. On the other hand, matter of fact, we aren't embracing a conversion. And I think that's where the issue lies. We are saying that, no, we're not Israelites through conversion, Harry, that we're from the lost tribes genetically. And I believe that that is causing some level of unrest, or making those who are Jewish uncomfortable. Because we're not saying, well, I'm taking on Judaism. I'm not converting from being a black man into that religion. No, I am from a tribe, lost tribe, according to prophecy. And it's becoming a problem for some. What say you?
No, I don't think the issue is people saying they're from the lost tribes of Israel. That doesn't threaten Jews.
Okay.
If you look at all the YouTube documentaries and newspaper articles coming from the Jewish people from Israel, they're actually fascinated with the topic of the lost tribes, and they embrace it. And those who want to convert, it's amazing. They're just as Jewish as I am, no difference whatsoever. Just as Jewish as the direct male descendant of King David. If we knew where he was today, no difference. Just part of the house of Israel. Where the issue is when people start to talk about us, the Jewish people who survived all these thousands of years with the Torah, suffering to keep it alive and the vision of returning to Israel alive, saying that we don't have a claim to the house of Israel. So that is, all of a sudden, it's nonsense, because it's really a made-up religion, because the Torah doesn't differentiate between a bloodline and a convert. So let's say, my family does trace back to King David, but let's say my best friend is the direct descendant of Unculus, a Roman European convert. I can't look at him and say, you're the descendant of a convert. That would actually be a sin. You're sinning against the Most High for something that's nothing to do with what the Torah really even tells you about. So that's really the issue the Jews have, is like, leave our name out of your tongue unless you want to work with us and love with us. But if you're going to come tell us that we're imposters or we're not original or authentic, you're coming with a man-made religion where some spiritual leader looked into the Bible and self-interpreted prophecies, and now is causing division amongst humans. So we don't do that.
Okay. Well, there's a few things that I would like to say, to challenge some of what you just said, but I'm going to leave that alone because there's more important things we can discuss, right?
Sure.
Right. Let's talk about this. On my side, as me being an Israelite according to bloodline, right?
Well, that's what you say.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm saying, the same way I didn't challenge what you stated, and I did that on purpose, right? So let me say this. Let me say this because I had a point.
Sorry.
Whether I believe it, listen. Whether you believe it or embrace what I'm saying or not, I have a right to believe it. That's why I didn't challenge what you said.
Back.
Right? I have a right to believe it, even if you disagree. The problem here is that it seems, folks, hit the like button, folks. We're doing a lot to bring this to you. We got 1,800 people. Help us out here. Now, our problem is from this side, just from the black side of things, or the Judah side of things, the better word for it. It seems to us there's two separate set of rules. And that when it comes to the rules, they're all slanted. They're all slanted to one side. And I can give you an example. It seems as if Jewish people, secular or otherwise, are getting offended with the fact we're claiming to be Israel. And I'm going to say this. Rolling Stone have made some statements calling our claim conspiracy theory. Right? And on one side, we can have Jewish people who could do things to offend us, that we're not allowed to say anything to offend them unless it's deemed anti-Semitism. Like for instance, Joplin. Joplin was a Jewish guy who was famous for blackface. And right now, Janis Joplin is on Amazon, one of the movies he had wide acclaim for. And he was, don't forget, he was religiously a Jew. He wasn't secular, but he was known for blackface. And I can go on Amazon right now and find that video where someone can download it, buy it, and all that without any disclaimer being put out there of a white Jewish guy mocking black people. So these are two separate rules here. When a black guy Kyrie Irving, who's now claiming to be from the Lost Tribes without saying it, by more so posting a tweet that could insinuate that blacks are the Israelites more so than anything. Because that's the majority of Hebrew to Negro. That's what it's talking about. It's talking about how we went from being known as Hebrews historically to later through the slave trade. And it can't be denied that all white races, including Jewish people, had a hand in our slavery. That's not a trope. It happened. So on Amazon, right? On Amazon, that particular Janis Joplin is recognized as a video to be consumed by consumers without a caption. But yet a black man, he tweets a reference to some historical truth that holds to black people in the community. And yet they're looking to strike it down. They're looking to put a caption on it. So it seems as if the rules isn't fair on either side. that a white man who's Jewish can do blackface against us, and there's no pushback where Jewish people are standing up in solidarity and saying, you know what, this is wrong, and we will stand with the black people. This will no longer be tolerated. To take away what? Some of the negative criticism that are being done on Jews as a whole. What say you there with that example I've just put out there?
I think I answered it clearly the first time around, and I want to be very clear, and you have to really hold on to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Jewish people have no issue with people saying they're from the house of Israel. There's documentaries. One's coming out now called We Were Never Lost. You should go follow them on Instagram. It's all going through Africa, and they're getting all the Jewish support and from the government of Israel. We're very excited about the reality. People saying that they don't have to convert. There's 40 million Pashtun in Afghanistan who say they're from the children of Israel. We're not trying to convert them, but we're still fascinated by it. We love the topic. Again, the nuance is where someone implies that the Jewish people are imposters, and now you're taking the things and you're spinning it a little by saying all Kyrie did was post a tweet and people got triggered because it implied he's from the house of Israel. That's not why people got triggered. I'm going to be very clear. People got triggered because that documentary implies that the Jewish people are not only imposters, we had a major role in the transatlantic slave trade. When I looked into it, it was maybe 2% or so of the transatlantic slave trade involved some Jews who you're welcome to go and get reparations from their families if they're still alive today. But the angle you're trying to pitch now to your congregation and to me is not really accurate what's going on from the Jewish people's perspective. So I'm here to represent
all right.
people.
Okay, so what you're saying is only 2% of Jewish people had a hand in the transatlantic slave trade. Hold up. And
not 2% people, 2% of the slaves.
2% of the slaves were enslaved by certain Jewish families.
Perhaps. I think the Royal Crown was responsible for some of the majority of the transatlantic slave trade. But either way, this has nothing to do with the Jewish people who are seeking now to return to the land of Israel and promote holiness in the Torah.
Okay. All
Whoever
right.
did people has to take accountability, and the Jewish people can't, if you say, hey, this family enslaved my grandparents, and they have a clothing business today, and we want some reparations, I'll sign a petition to make an Instagram post. This family should cut you a nice check, buy you a farm, whatever it is.
Okay.
But I don't get paid from this family.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you made that point, because now we're going to go into the meat of it now, right?
Sure.
We're going to go into the meat of it now, because I have some history here that I need you to actually respond to. Right? Sure. I have some history I need you to respond to, because right now, it seems as if who's ever responsible for media is seeking to rewrite history. Right? Now, when it comes to the relationship between black and Jews, we're going to have a separate broadcast in the future if you would like to talk about that, just from a historical standpoint. And what does this mean for us now? Because, right? So prophetically, you are stating one thing, and prophetically, we're stating another. And this is where the disagreement comes in, right? Let me show you, for instance. Let me show you.
Well, I'm not stating anything, by the way. I just repeat what I was taught by my ancestors.
Yeah. It's what, listen, I don't blame you for what was taught to you by your family. The same as I cannot blame my father and mother for not giving me the history that was lost. And hey, I don't blame you for cleaving to such a rich traditional history. And because of it's so rich and valuable, you can see why our people are saying, you know what? If this is our people, it's time for us to get some of our stuff back.
100%. Come take the Torah. It's right here for you guys.
Say that again.
You can come take the Torah. It's open source. It's not exclusive to anyone. The Jewish people is not an exclusive membership club. Anyone can join through the Torah.
Exactly. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to a browser real quick. I'm going to switch it up, and I'm going to put you in here with me. I'm going to place you in here with me. Hit the like button. We have a conversation with the Rabbi, Harry Rosenberg. And hopefully this can be one of many conversations to bridge the gap to some degree and to open dialogue to destroy misunderstandings here. Okay. Right? I'm going to bring you in. Hold on, let me bring you in here. See, I'm not here to argue every point. I'm here to bring what the Most High would have me bring forth today so that we can dialogue going forward. And I have a Hebrew and Bible Academy coming up soon, Rabbi. I sure would like to have you in for like 15 minutes and we can have, just a historical discussion together. And I'll talk to you about that offline, okay?
Sure thing.
All right. Now, in front of me, and I'll make sure, Harry, I'll send you a copy of my particular PDF, all right? This is page 220. Okay, now this is not my interpretation. This is not how I feel personally, right? What I'm giving you is information that come from Cambridge University Press. Okay? Cambridge University Press, right? Where they have a study on Black Jews, the religious challenge of politics versus religion. For years, they have been studying this. Governments have been studying the rise of Black people staking claim to their identity. It didn't start with Kyrie Irving. Okay? It didn't start with Kyrie Irving and Kanye West. I want to pull a few things out of here, starting on page 222, if I may. Right? This is from Cambridge University. Right? Starting here, it says here, let me start up here, and you can give me your opinion on this. Right? 222, let me go down here, starting at 221, right? In the first months of 1879, there was a massive migration of some 5,000 blacks to the northern territories of the United States. A matter of fact, let me make sure you all can see it clearly there. I want to make sure they can see it. One moment. I want you all to be able to see this clear. Hold on. 1 second. Right. Let me make it so you all can see it. There you go. That's better, right? It says here, Harry, I'm going to read it so you'll know that this isn't personal, this is history. Black Jews, the same claim the premises of the movement. In the first months of 1879, there was a massive migration of some 5,000 blacks to the northern cities of the United States, mainly Kansas and Oklahoma. This exodus was a despairing blacks seeking a refuge, a place where their political rights would mean something, where they would be free from economic exploitation. Of course, we didn't escape that. And above all, from the dangerous activities of the Ku Klux Klan. Now, it's deep for those who have created the Ku Klux Klan, and that's a deep story in of itself. One of the members of this exodus was Benjamin Pap Singleton, an elderly and colorful man who led a group of 300 blacks to Cherokee County in Kansas. There they founded a colony, Singleton's colony, Singleton calling himself the Moses of the exodus of colored people. From 1900 onwards, North and South Carolina were overrun by black preachers who were propagating a doctrine according to which the lost tribes of Israel was none other than Negroes. Although this might at first sight seem an odd claim, it can be seen as reflecting the beliefs that some black slaves had held during their captivity when they were interrogated on their origins, their destiny, a history when they were interrogated on their origins and destiny. A historical example supports this hypothesis. A slave uprising took place in Richmond, Virginia in the beginning of the 19th century, which was led by a slave called Gabriel Prosser, an outstanding personality who had acquired some knowledge of the Bible. He frequently referred to it in order to convince his brothers that they were descendants of the Israelites, and God would free them from slavery as he had their ancestors. He identified himself with Samson, his favorite biblical character. Like Samson, he wore his hair long as a sign given by God of the alliance made with his people. Gabriel Prosser was convinced that God had chosen him to free his people from the depths of slavery. Like a black Samson, he would break the chains of slavery and found a nation of free blacks in America. His fall was dramatic. During a night raid, a violent storm broke. His companions, petrified, fled, convinced that they were the victims of the divine wrath. They abandoned him. Now, eventually they killed him, but he said emphatically that he was from the lost tribes of Israel. Now, what I have here before you, Rabbi Rosenberg, is history studied through Cambridge. And before I ask you the question, what do you think about this history that even coming off the ships, we were practicing our Israelite traditions? And interrogation, even slave masters found out that we were, in fact, Hebrews based on the traditions brought over here to the Americas before we were re-educated. Now, I need to ask you, in particular, what I've just read, strictly from Cambridge University, which is not a conspiracy theory or anti-Semitic. I need you to, what are your thoughts on what I've just read? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, this is what I've been saying for like 10 years already, is that you have these guys in Nigeria doing 8-day circumcision, not eating pig, keeping all these customs of the laws of Moses. All of a sudden the ships come to America. It would make total sense that some of these traditions and legends and ideas are coming on the ships with the individuals. That makes total sense. But just like you find these type of things happening in Nigeria, same thing in Afghanistan. They say they're from the house of Israel. They're doing 8-day circumcision, the laws of Moses, left and right. They have these all these things. So for us, the Jewish people, one doesn't invalidate the other. It makes total sense that the house of Israel from Western Africa came to America on ship. But that doesn't mean that the whole other international phenomenon of who are from the house of Israel becomes invalidated just because one group is from the house of Israel.
Okay, see, you probably do. I think this is done by you, not intentionally, but subconsciously. Automatically, when history is brought out concerning us, it seems as if you go on the defense and say it doesn't mean something negative for me.
Really,
No. I need you to hear this real quick. Listen, hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. I'm allow you to talk. What I just brought out had nothing to do with not validating who you are and what you believe. I just asked you, what did you believe about this history of our people?
When you talk, you say very often the true descendants of the house of Israel. Now, according to logic, for you to have to use the word true, it's implying there are untrue ones out there. Otherwise, you would just say you're from the house of Israel.
But all due respect to you, Rabbi, I didn't say that when bringing this history forth. I'm just asking you, and specifically of this history, not going on the outside of it. What do you think about this? That when blacks came over as slaves, they were practicing as Hebrews, and there were slaves, Christian slaves, teaching that we're from the lost tribes of Israel. What you say on that?
Yeah, as I said before, that would make total sense to me.
Oh, exactly. So let's start there, because what you probably didn't know is that in that documentary, Hebrews to Negroes, there's stated facts from universities and studies. Listen.
No, but it has nothing to
I'm
do
saying,
with.
but I'm saying, let me say what I have to say, because
Okay.
I'm not saying that all of the history from Hebrew to Negroes is 100% correct. That ain't what I'm saying. But I have enough intelligence to look at it and understand historically what's true and what I can chew the meat and spit out the bones. So that's what intelligent people are able to do without censorship. So on the same by the same token, this is what I'm saying to you. What I just brought forth is some of the history that's in Hebrew to Negroes that probably not just this, a lot more that probably resonated with Kyrie Irving and others more so than how many people died in a war or Holocaust during our modern times. And that's why I'm glad I'm having this conversation with you, because Kyrie Irving had no control over this guy, starting with history of the Holocaust and all that. And I believe a conversation should be had and said, well, Kyrie, is there anything historically that resonated with you that had nothing to do with Jewish people that we can agree on? Is there some value to the black community for the history in this outside of that where we can make a disclaimer then? We can make a disclaimer that, okay, this history right here can be discussed whether or not it was true based on what side you're on. But this information concerning our people, being Hebrews, practicing Israelites, came over as slave ships, might have the value with the understanding for Israelites to come under the law to fix our communities. Like you're saying, we should come under the law. Well, the law will fix the degradation. So I've seen many documentaries. I've seen some documentaries better than others. I've also seen things that Jewish people have put out there, which is strictly misinformation on black people. But you know what? I was able to see it for what it is. Untrue. I didn't get offended because I'm used to it. So we got to have a conversation where, listen, Rabbi, even if I disagree with your view of history, that's okay too. Because if you know your history is right, guess what? You can prove my tropes and my conspiracy theories are lies. But it seemed as if the word anti-Semitism is being put out there to stop the conversation from being had. What value, what sense of pride our people can draw from by taking on our Hebrew traditions, if we are in fact those people. Right? So,
Well, yeah, but it goes back to the main thing. So first of all, Jews are very obsessed with truth, you know? So we're not going to settle for something that has falsehood mixed with truth. We're going to just to say, hey, you got to just clean that up. If you think there's something a Jewish person wrote who's a scholar or a rabbi respected where there's untruth, you got to get the guy on your show, you know? Ask him these hard questions so he can prove it. There's no problem with accountability in someone's storyline that they're telling. I think it's unfortunate for the time being that this Hebrews to Negroes, which seems tons of amazing information, had to mix in some things that were totally made up in someone's head. What it seems like from our perspective, he wasn't able to prove any of that.
What in particular is made up you're talking about? So that just to give full disclosure to the listeners.
Yeah, well, first of all, the fact that he goes heavy on the Sephardic presence of true Hebrews in the Iberian Peninsula that ended up coming to Western Africa, but disregarding the Torah and the teachings these communities had published and recorded, contributed at the time. So it's stripping the narrative of the Jewish exile in that region, and then saying that's us, and leaving their information, their works, and their contributions behind. And those people taught, even if there was such a thing as perversion, of course, it's according to the law of Moses, fine. So there's no such thing as the original, the truths. This is the Torah, this is the house of Israel, this is the people of Israel. And secondly, the concept of the curses, fitting the curses, it didn't make sense because there's so many people from the house of Israel in exile still in Africa that they didn't come on ships, so only the people that came on ships are the real house of Israel, and the ones left in Africa aren't. So no, it must not be
Well,
that.
you're going off the rails a little bit, Rabbi, because
Well,
no,
talking it
no,
out.
no. I'm saying the reason why you're going off the rails, again, it's not a monolith, right? There's no one with proper understanding of our people and the history of the curses would say that only those who went into cargo slave ships fulfill the prophecies of the curses. That would be utterly historically wrong. And not only that, it would be genetically wrong, because even your geneticists went over into South Africa and found that there were black people, the Bantu tribe, Limba, and others, genetically connected to the lost tribes of Israel.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So that would be disingenuous to make an overall blanket statement that, okay, black people, everyone didn't come over in slave ships. So a black person would be ignorant to think that all of the prophetic Judites and Benjamites and Levites all had to come over in slave ships with no Israelites left in Africa.
Okay, well, I had many conversations with the people from the Hebrews to Negro show, and this was the type of language that was thrown my way of saying, you don't fit the curses.
Okay, I have a better question, because I'm able to do this. I'm able to see history that your people have put out there that's incorrect, but I was able to look at it and say it's a bold-faced lie. Like, for instance, those who produced the movie Roots and the series Roots.
Well, that's not my people. That seems like some Hollywood stuff.
No. When I say your people, what I'm saying is in particular, right? So let me clear up what I'm saying, because listen to what I'm saying, Mr. Rosenberg. All Hebrews are not alike. The guy that wrote Hebrews to Negroes is different. Is ascribing to a different doctrine than we are.
Yeah, but you asked me about my opinion on what was invalid about that whole thing, and that's, I'm just...
Yeah, but if he stated in that documentary, and I'm going to bring him on to refute that, because I don't think that anyone would ever make a statement that you had to be from slave ships to be the actual tribes of Israel. I mean, that would be totally disingenuous if that's what you pull from that.
Again, as they say, you don't fit the curses, which I guess involves the slave ships. But just like
it's not the slave ships. Let me clear it up for you, okay? Because I actually looked at things with the perspective of not getting offended from the things that I don't disagree with. Okay, okay. So let me make this clear, okay? Just for the sake, so you can understand this, okay? There's different doctrines amongst Hebrew Israelites. You understand that?
Sure.
Okay. So let's go there. Let's just deal with the history right now. All right. On your screen right now, and you can give me your opinion on this. Give me your opinion. I just like your opinion.
I don't see.
Don't worry about it. I'm going to quote it for you. I'm going to quote it for you. On the screen, I have something from the Jewish Congress circulation. Okay. This is nothing to agree or disagree with. It's just the truth. Right? And the reason why I brought out Roots in particular, even though they're secular, those who are behind that, all right, they told us that history of Roots was correct. And then the real author of Roots said it was a bold-faced lie to push political agendas and a progressive ideology. Okay? The whole story was made up, but I digress. But yet I'm not going to come at Jewish people and say you've made a production and produced a production using black people showing tropes that doesn't go into the true story of slavery historically. I'm not going to do that, but I digress. Here it is right here. Limba tribe in South Africa has Jew roots genetic tests reveal. Now, what's on the screen are black people, no different than the black people I see here in America. And genetically, they're from the lost tribes of the house of Israel, according to your science, right? And you, of course, you know about that, but I want to show this for those who are looking at this, because right now, modern day historians and media, it seems, Harry, is trying to rewrite history as if this is something coming up. This is something that just newly come up. Black people are cleaving to something that belonged to other people. But behind closed doors, they know that there's some truth to these claims. But we're getting caught up into Holocaust conversation and all that instead of having the conversation. Is there truth to blacks who came from slave ships that they are in fact from the lost tribes of Israel?
Yeah, I love what you're saying, because this is what I've been trying to do for 10 years, is explain to the Jewish people the whole connection between their fascination with the Igbo tribe in Western Africa and their connection to the transatlantic slave trade. So I'm trying to get to the dialogue, and we're still filtering out, like you said, Holocaust or the Jews, the real Jews. They're not like, guys, we have a shared history. We both suffered under the same common enemy, but we have a lot in common. And if we actually worked together, we could be a powerhouse of a people. And I think the media and people in power are definitely not interested in seeing that happen. So I would unite with you on the front of, the anti-Semitic cancel culture when people are trying to have a healthy, open conversation. Because this healthy, open conversation is probably the only hope America has left before, or who knows what's going to happen.
All right. Now, I'm gonna go through a few scriptural scenarios that's probably gonna put you on your heels a little bit, but I'm sure you can handle yourself, Rabbi. All right. But before I do that, Rabbi Rosenberg, and thanks again for coming here. And there's going to be many conversations, because if you truly believe that you're standing on truth with God, right? There's nothing to run from. There's nothing to fear when you're standing on truth. And one thing I can say about you that I can actually, I can actually appreciate is that you're not fearful. You're not afraid to talk about the uncomfortable conversations, and I can respect that. I can respect the fact that you're willing to stand on the truth that you believe is truth. I can respect that, and I believe these dialogues are healthy. All right, where I can stand next to you, I can speak with you. And here it is, you're not calling me out of my name. You're not disrespecting me. I'm not disrespecting you, because there's a negative connotation, and some would say, understandably so, that's put out there when it comes to the image of Israelites. And it's time that we as Israelites get in front of this and say, well, okay, Christ was an Israelite that wasn't acting out as zealots or Pharisee, right? So I believe that this conversation is going to be constructive, and it will lead to truth coming out and exposing lies that could be perpetrated from either side. Now, the question is, I have to you, Mr. Rosenberg, if the lies are coming from Jewish people and it's proven, are you willing to accept that?
I'm looking for the evil within us like a hawk looking for a mouse, because according to our ancestors' writings from the Kabbalah and the Torah, the last battle the Jewish people have to face is the evil from within them that came out from ancient Egypt into the camp of Israel with Moses. That energy is still within us. So
okay. All right. Well,
work together.
Okay. We can work together, but it's time to tear down evil ideologies that can have any people view another race in a negative light. I know you would agree with that, wouldn't you?
For sure. We got to, if the Jewish people are who they say they are, they got to be a holy nation. They got to level up and light onto the world. That's their role.
They got to level up. Exactly. And I'm sure you are familiar with the Talmud. So we're going to see if we're going to level up with that Talmud, and tell me whether or not some of the destruction writings, the destructive views against black people in the Talmud, is the ideologies that we need to tear down to overcome evil. But I'm going to go there in a second. I'm going to go there in a second. I'm going to go there in a second. I'm going to let you answer that. I know you're chopping at the bit. Matter of fact, go ahead and answer that, and then I'll go to the next thing. Go ahead.
No, I'm not even answering that, but I was just going to say that a lot of the Talmud is taken out of context. So I'm happy for you to bring it up. And I just wanted to give a heads up. I have a 10-minute countdown until I have to end, so we may have to do a part 2 on some of the harder questions that you have about the Talmud.
Okay, I'll tell you what. If you may, because we're going to count down 10 minutes to go. If you may, we can do part 2 next Wednesday and pick up from where we left off at.
For sure.
So next Tuesday, we'll do part 2. But before you go, I need you to give me some understanding or your insight on this particular historical fact, if you would believe it's fact. It is up to you to believe so. What I'm coming from is the Josephus. You see, I got a bunch of books behind me, sir. The works. Oh yeah, I know you like books too. The work of Josephus, complete unabridged, new updated edition, translated by William Whiston. Are you familiar with this record?
I've read the writings of Josephus.
I'm glad. So have I, my man. Let me read something out of this. This is the Antiquity of the Jews, chapter 13, part 254, right? And I'm going to start here, and this is 2nd century BC before Christ, right? I'm going to blow it up so others can see it here. I hope you all can see it clear, brothers and sisters. But when Hyrcanus heard of the death of Antiochus, he presently made an expedition against the cities of Syria, hoping to find them destitute of fighting men and of such as were able to defend them. However, it was not till the 6th month that he took Medeba, and that not without the greatest distress of his army. After this he took Semega, and the neighboring places, and besides these, Shechem and Gazim, and the nation of the Kuthians, and dwelt at the temple which resembled the temple which was at Jerusalem, and which Alexander permitted Sambalus, the general of his army, to build there for the sake of Manasseh, who was son-in-law of Jaddua, the high priest. And it says, as we have formerly related, which temple was now deserted 200 years after it was built. Hyrcanus took also Dora and Marissa, cities of Idumea, Edomites here, and subdued the Idumeans and permitted them to stay in the country if they would circumcise their genitals and make use of the laws of the Jews. And they were so desirous of living in the country in of their forefathers, because Edomites are from the sons of Isaac. Isaac. They are from the sons of Isaac and Abraham. So they were desirous of living in the country of their forefathers, that they submitted to the use of circumcision and of the rest of the Jewish ways of living, at which time, therefore, this befell them, that they were hereafter no other than Jews. So the label Jews came from the conversion of Edomites of Idumea, according to the Josephus history, 2 centuries before Christ was born, which, if you look at the genetic line of the Idumean royalty, out comes the Herodian dynasty of Antipater. Historically, under the Roman Empire, you can find this in the Annals of Rome. Out of Antipater comes Herod the Great, who was responsible for seeking Christ's life, where Joseph and Mary had to flee into Egypt because this Edomite family who converted into Judaism, Edomites now, were now in position to govern those Israelites in Judea. What say you about this history of this conversion of Edomites converting to Jews? What say you?
There's been lots of conversions over time, and there was Midianite conversions, Moabite conversions. From Edom, there was conversions, so there's no issues with that. There were issues with corruption during certain temple period times, where the position of the high priest was sold to anyone who maybe not even a priest, maybe not even from the house of Israel. And that's why you have the story of Hanukkah, where the Maccabees, Judah the Maccabee, comes in, cleanses the temple, fixes it up, reestablishes the order of the priesthood, and we continued the bloodlines of the house of Israel from there. Whichever Edomites managed to stay loyal with the Torah, they came in. The other ones probably grafted out, but there was certainly periods of time of corruption in the temple.
Well, I'm glad you were able to. To highlight that and actually understand it. There were many conversions of other races of people coming into what was a physical people before the curse.
King David came from a Moabite convert. That was his great-great-grandmother. Moses marries the daughter of a Midianite priest. There was the concept of being other from outside the genetic pool of Jacob. It's a fabrication that's not found in the Torah.
Okay, well, let me tell you. Well, I'm not going to debate that because there's something else I want to bring it forth, right? But I have history to prove to you that Ruth wasn't a Moabite, that area was actually taken down when Joshua and Caleb and others were on their way going into Israel. There was a war, and that area of Moab was taken by Israelites, where Gad and another tribe stayed there. And Ruth came out of that family line, not the Moabites, and I can historically prove that. I can prove that. So we're gonna get that out of the way, but we're gonna do part 2. But before we do that, so we're gonna get that Ruth thing out of the way, claiming that she was a Moabite. I can prove she was from the tribes of Israel. But listen, I want to show something here, because we're gonna have a part 2. We're gonna have many discussions on this. Jeremiah 16 and 19. We're gonna do a rapid fire, and I need your opinion on this. All right. Jeremiah 16 and 19. O Lord, my strength and my fortress, and my refuge in the day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit. What lies do you think the Gentiles will eventually realize and seek to repent from?
Could be what we're talking about right now. Maybe that they were trying to be, the state of Israel is trying to be a Jewish state, not based on Torah and spirituality, but based on ethnicity. So maybe that's some of the falsehood we're gonna have to fight. Okay.
Now, we at 6:47. I only got 13. We're gonna conclude this 3 minutes before 7. Is that good for you?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Christ said that he came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Not that others will not benefit with the Israelites being a light to the Gentiles. Okay, I think we just lost your video.
No, here, I just had to text the guy that I need 3 more minutes.
Okay, go ahead. Let him know. Yeah, let him know you have 3 more minutes.
You're saying.
Okay, we don't want you. We don't want you getting up out of here. So no, 3 more minutes. All right. Christ said he came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. I have a book by a man so happened to be Jewish by the name of Ronald Sanders, where his original feat was attempting to disprove the North American Indians and others that were found here by by Europe, by the conquistadors of Spain, France, England. They wasn't reporting back to their homeland in Europe that they actually found the lost tribes of Israel. But yet there's history proving that there was ancient Phoenician Hebrew in the burial grounds of those Indians and others who were found here in the Americas before white people, including white Jewish people, got here to America. So when it says lost sheep of the house of Israel, what does that mean to you? Is Christ responsible for gathering those that are lost, the genetic line first?
Yeah, the role of the Messiah is to find and unite the lost tribes of Israel. So in every generation, we have sages who are on this mission and looking for them as well. It wouldn't make this Jewish individual you're talking about, Jesus, make him unique to other Jewish rabbis who over the last 2,000 years have written books and have been looking for the lost tribes of Israel as well. Very important mission. We can't get to the redemption until we find them and unite. make world peace together. That's the
Okay.
prophecy.
I find something interesting before we go is that Christ, I would say, even through infamy on those who believe Judaism, even through infamy, we must agree that Christ is the most famous Jew that have ever graced the earth. I'm talking about from a wide perspective and view from all people, not just Jewish people. That would be the one Jew that's the most famous Jew that have ever graced the earth. Right? I'm just talking about notoriety. Would you say that?
Well, according to Kabbalah,
I'm not talking about Kabbalah. I'm talking about just even through regular people in the earth who didn't know anything about Kabbalah or nothing. If they think of Jew, and say who's the most famous Jew that have ever graced the planet, and ask any random person, they'll say Jesus. Wouldn't you agree to that?
I would have guessed Moses, but maybe you're making a good point. But according to the Kabbalah, what I was saying before is Christianity, from our perspective, played a role in taking the light of the redemption into this dark side and debriefing the whole world on the house of David that will eventually have a redeemer come forth. So
I'm saying, but I'm not talking about your view. I'm talking about just a general view. If you was to ask somebody on the corner, regardless of religion, ethnicity, or whatever, and say, well, who's the most famous Jew you think have graced the planet? Even if they don't believe in anything, they would say Jesus.
Yeah, well,
as a consensus, don't you believe that's true?
Let's say that was the case, and I agree with you. I'm not the census master, but if that was what is reality, I would just add to that from our perspective, there's a very deep purpose of why that would be the case.
Okay, well, even though there's a purpose, it's so. So let me ask you this. It seems like that famous Jew, which is the most famous, a matter of fact, it's through him, as an extension of me growing up as Christians, is why I revered and respected the Jews that I didn't know anything about religiously. By proxy, I respected Jews, white Jews, because of Christ. That's my personal observation. Now, it seems like that's the only Jew that can be offended online without anyone labeling people anti-Semite. Why do you think that's so?
The Jews don't really take ownership for him, because so you can say whatever you want about him. It's not something we have a personal issue with. We believe we don't declare a human Messiah until he does three things.
Hold up. I'm gonna let you get your point. Christians, I need y'all to hear this. Christians, I need you all to hear this. So they don't care what people say negative about Christ. Okay, he's disowned. You said that, listen, I don't care what people say about him. Isn't that what you just said?
Well, no, we don't say mean things about people, but we're not triggered if someone wants to talk about him. It does nothing.
What I'm saying is, if I say something negative about Jews as a group, I'm labeled anti-Semite. But the most famous Jew that have ever graced the planet, anyone can say something negative about him, even Jewish people, and not be labeled. You don't see anything wrong with that?
Absolutely not. There's every year for the last 2,000 years, there's been Jews whose books have been burned and kicked out of the community for not passing on what everyone heard from their father. So if someone deviated from what everyone heard from their father, it was just expelled from the community. You get kicked out.
So I take it you could care less about Christ.
I mean, I don't care about most things, but I love reality.
Now I'm talking about Christ in particular. You don't really care about him like that, do you?
I don't even know how you're supposed to care about him. He's a historical figure, one out of billions, but it seems that he played a role in disseminating information about the house of Israel and the gathering and the.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Let me say this. The respect that Christians and myself in particular had for Jews as a group wasn't through our belief in Moses. I'm gonna say that it was because of Christ. You all gained respect. Listen, you all gained respect as a group through our ignorance and us believing that there was an attachment with you to him. Last question, because I know you have to go, and then we're going to pick up part 2 next week.
I'm looking forward.
You're looking forward to it. So am I. Next week, we're going to lay out some stuff. It's really going to be good for you. Revelations 2:9, 3:9, where Christ says, I know thy works and blasphemy. thy works in tribulation, speaking of his people, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. What is your view on that Bible verse?
I always just, first of all, we don't even hold to the New Testament stuff because we don't trust the authors of it. But secondly, if I would look into that, I would just look at the people who are openly serving Satan today. You know, a lot of satanic worship in American culture goes back to, you know, Vatican, Jesuit stuff, and the founding Council of Nicaea. And they say that they're the God-chosen people. This church and the Vatican, they representing God, that they are now the chosen people.
Oh no, the Vatican is of the devil. Okay, let's make that clear. So we can agree both on that one.
It's not talking about me and my friends studying Torah. It's talking about people actually worshiping Satan and at a very dark,
okay,
scary.
Okay. Now, one day we're going to go into a conversation of the gospel concerning those actual people. Let's pick that up next week, part 2, if we may. Okay.
Yes.
Rabbi Rosenberg, thank you for your presence and piecing out some time for us. I mean, I'm chopping at the bit. I cannot wait for part 2. What say you? You have a great evening and shalom, and may Christ be with you.
Blessings to you and your congregation. Thank you.
All right. Bless you. All right. There go Rabbi Rosenberg. I'll tell you this, I can't wait for part 2. And I know a lot of brothers and sisters saying, Elder Rickos, y'all, you should have said this, you should have did this, should have did that. Listen, folks, be patient. Be patient. With patience, possess ye your soul. Let me put that over there. Just be a little patient. Just be a little patient. Because guess what? It's not about conflict. It's about letting people say what they truly believe. Let them say what they truly believe. Our people are waking up, folks. And I kept Christ's question for last. And brothers and sisters, I wasn't the least bit offended with how his view on Christ. But I wanted to make a point, and it's not his fault, a point of certain hypocrisies generally when it comes to that view against Christ. That view against Christ. And I want Christians to understand this. By proxy, we've been supporting Israel and supporting Jewish people and all that, believing that there was some connection between our Savior and them. So we laid the history out. Of course, I know Lawyer is chopping at the bit. All right, Elder Lawyer. Without any further ado, let me bring in the man with the plan, Elder Lawyer. All right. Conversation with the Rabbi. Are y'all ready for part 2 already? Are you ready for part 2?
Hey, Shalom. Just.
Are y'all ready for part 2? Elder Lawyer, I see you. You're fine. You're good. Can you hear me? There's no volume. I can't hear you now, Lawyer. I heard you initially. There's no volume. Okay.
All right. I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, and I know you're fighting a little bug or whatever the case is. Did you get an opportunity, Elder Lawyer, to witness the first installment of our conversation with the Rabbi? Now, we're going to have a few of these in the academy, too, the conversations with the Rabbi, and, I need Elder Lawyer, for you to give me your perspective, what you've seen, and do you have an opinion on the dialogue you've just witnessed? Let me pull you in.
Yes, I just want to make sure you can hear me nice and clearly before I proceed forward.
Oh,
and then
yes.
I'll give my opinion. Okay, great. Okay, so first and foremost, a very good discussion, and obviously very telling at the end, understanding what we believe concerning Christ, which I believe is the author and finisher of our faith. And without him, there is no gathering the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And I think that's why there's been a failure to do so from generation to generation. People are seeking to do this of their own volition, not understanding that it's Christ that will eventually gather us together in one. The Bible says that unto him shall the gathering of the people be. Okay? Now, I think ultimately we're talking about the discussion, what is anti-Semitism? I think in the coming conversation, that definitely needs to be a talking point, so that at least there can be some understanding and some clarity as to what that is. And I believe that in that particular conversation, we need to have that discussion again, going back to Christ. If we're saying that people speaking ill of Jews is anti-Semitic, the question is not Christ a Semite? And if he's a Semite and it's okay to speak against him in such an ill manner, what does that do for the protection that comes with anti-Semitism if it cannot be levied to protect who we believe to be the greatest Jew to ever walk the face of the earth?
Well, Elder Lawyer, I wanted to emphasize that I'm sure he's going to look back at this before the broadcast, and I welcome him to do so. They said the volume, I don't understand why the volume is low here. It should be fine. I'm going to turn it up just a little bit. I'll turn it up just like that. One thing in particular that I don't think, and I don't think they do they, is this done subconsciously or intentionally? That there's two sets of rules here, right? They are allowed to question our history, but we're not allowed to question theirs. And if their history is correct, why are they so offended with people questioning it? So there's two. Yeah. I think they're doing this subconsciously without even thinking. They get easily offended and how dare you question any mainstream narrative concerning the history when it comes to our suffering and oppression. So I'm going to handle that and talk to it next week, because what? Christ says you shall know the truth and the truth shall make you free. You can disagree all you want. Truth stands against criticism. Truth stands against criticism, and it stands even if we're dealing with revisionist history. If you know your history is true, you don't mind anyone looking back at it and questioning it. So, but the dialogue, Elder Lawyer, is what I'm talking about. Having that dialogue so that we can admit that what they really feel. Because I'm starting to really believe black people not claiming to be Jewish, but claiming to be Israelites is really what's offending them. I think that's offensive to some of them. And they're not willing to admit it. Right? They're not willing to admit that, you know what? When black people claim our culture, my traditions that me and my forefathers have been holding for generations, that's offensive to me. And eventually, we may have someone come on and just admit it. It's to a degree, Elder Lawyer, that I'm reading Rolling Stone articles and all that right now. And I'm going to pull this up. They're now calling our people staking claim to being Hebrews or Israelites a conspiracy theory. Watch, because this is what they do. They'll put someone out there and put an article out there, and then they'll begin to make a thread to connect it to conspiracy theory. And that's very dangerous right now. And they're not going to use their faces to do it in particular. That's very dangerous, Elder Lawyer, stating that if blacks are claiming to be Hebrews or Israelites, that it's a conspiracy theory. Because you know why that's dangerous? That ties in to the conspiracy theorists of all conspiracy theorists, Alex Jones. And then it sets a precedent. Well, look what happened with Alex Jones. We have to make it where what? We need to cut off anyone that's conspiracy. Using Alex Jones as an example. And I'm looking at this, folks. Be very careful when they start labeling our understanding of Israelites as conspiracy theorists. And guess what? We must push back at all costs with that. Unless you're willing to sit down with your history and our history and go over it like I've just done tonight, understand it's offensive, disingenuous, and outright evil to dismiss our claim as Hebrews. And you notice, Elder Lawyer, I never challenged his belief in how he was taught according to him being a Jew. You notice I didn't challenge that. And you know why I didn't challenge it, Elder Lawyer? Because I don't have to. See, when you go into the history and the truth concerning the Bible, it shines a light on those who aren't truthful. And it shines a light on those who stand in truth. Elder Lawyer, anything else you have to say there?
Yes, sir. Well, going back to the original statement that I was making concerning, again, this label that's being used. Again, the topic of discussion is what is anti-Semitism. That is one of the most powerful tools that has been used, or labels, I should say,
yeah,
that has been used to pretty much silence anyone who says anything good, bad, or indifferent about a particular community.
Yeah.
And I think that we have to find out first and foremost, what exactly does that mean? Okay. And if it cannot be defined, why is it used? When can it be applied? When, we have to really get to the root of that particular label to not to say to diffuse the label. Again, if someone does something that's against a particular community, then there should be some punishment for that, just like if someone does something against any other community. But the point is that we have to really get to the root of what that label means. And if they cannot define it, if it's something that's not exclusive to a particular community, again, we've said this before, when we look at the term Semite, that is not exclusive to one particular group of people. There are plenty of nations who fall under that particular label. So how is it that one label can exclusively receive protection under that? And if that's the case, if there's other Semites, can other Semites receive the same protection under that label? Because and I know he made a difference between practicing, believing Jews and secular Jews, which we understand that there's a difference. However, whenever that label is used, it seems like there's a unification between both secular and religious. Yeah. And regardless of what their beliefs are and what their practices are, there seems to be some level of unification between all factions once that label is thrown out there. So there has to be some, we got to level the playing field when it comes to, same way we have to level the playing field when it comes to the letter community and how they throw certain labels around to demonize people and shut them up. The playing field also has to be leveled when it comes to this particular community and how labels are thrown around to shut people up. And
Thank you,
with
brother.
that, I yield.
I'm glad
Yes,
you
sir.
brought that out. And I have to correct that one thing that I said because I'm getting my singers mixed up. The jazz singer. There was a movie by Al Jolson
Yeah.
called The Jazz Singer, where he's in blackface. He's in blackface. Right? Let me show people this real quick. Al Jolson, the jazz singer. Al Jolson, the jazz singer. You can, right? I said Janis Joplin. I don't know where I got that from, but it's Al Jolson. Let me show you here. Al Jolson. Right now, you can get this on Amazon. Right now. Amazon Prime, if you would like. Al Jolson, the jazz singer. But when you look up Al Jolson, jazz singer, let me use a different tab here. Not now. I misspoke there. AC, I'm going to need you to fix that. Al Jolson, jazz singer. Blackface. Right? And when you go here, hello, mammy. Now, it so happened that, of course, he's probably, this is Al Jolson, a Jewish guy. Okay. But all in all, this movie with him mocking black people can be purchased on Amazon. And you don't see black people up and roar like, what's going on? You can't do this. What's happening? There should be a disclaimer here. What's going on? Right? They can mock us. And it doesn't have him to do with who he is or his religion in particular. But this can be on Amazon, but yet people are complaining about a tweet by Kyrie Irving. And I'm just saying, it seems like we're playing with two sets of rules here. And we need to admit that's so. And guess what? If you have a different set of rules that applies to you, then just state that. So that we can be honest and come to an equal medium where we'll understand, okay, preferential treatment goes to the chosen people. If that's the case. If you believe you're the chosen people and that something that applies to you doesn't apply to us, at least admit it. At least admit that. Now, one other thing I wanted to show Elder Lawyer, because I don't know whether or not, real quick. His name is Al Jolson. I'm going to make sure that when I make that claim with that brother, that people don't take that out of context when I spoke with him. And I need AC to fix that part and just put Al Jolson there, because I don't like to misspeak. Okay. So they can do blackface and all that without anyone pushing back. And we're gonna open up the calls for a second. But there's a few things I wanted to talk about, Elder Lawyer, if we may, now that one second. Now that Harry has temporarily left the building until next week. Now, Dave Chappelle is under fire, Elder Lawyer.
Right.
Dave Chappelle is under fire. For what? Well, fair use. Fair use. Dave Chappelle was just on Saturday Night Live, and everything he said was true I didn't see anything he said that was offensive, but yet he's under fire. Now, what part of what the brother said here is anti-Semitic? And when we come on part 2, the rabbi is going to tell us and give us a clear definition of what anti-Semitic is, what it means, so that we are careful not to offend him and their people going forward. And we're going to let them know what we're not going to tolerate. Since the conversations are being had. Starting with corporations financially grandizing themselves off of our youth by pushing degradation, death, and destruction. We're going to talk about that. And I'm just going to ask a question. If there was all black executives, Puff Daddy and everyone else, all together over corporations and went into your community and began to sign contracts to these your children to perpetuate all that's wrong in the earth, and it began to destroy your community inward, what would your people do? I'm going to ask the question. If we had all black executives, right, and we recruited your children to push degradation, sex, and evil and all things wrong with the earth, criminality, and incentivize that, and paid your people to actually perpetrate that life as art, and it began to erode and destroy your community, what would your people do? Those are the 2 questions I'm going to have for Rabbi next week. The first one is, give us a clear definition of anti-Semitic if you can. And the second one, we're going to start with that, and we're going to use some video to say, well, here's some of the accusations that are being had against your community. Okay. What say you when it comes to what Dame Dash said here or what Jay-Z said there? So that's going to be our broadcast next week. Speaking to culture. We're going to be dealing with culture next week in our conversation with the rabbi. But here's Dave Chappelle. Fair use.
Before I start tonight, I just wanted to read a brief statement that I prepared. I denounce anti-Semitism in all its forms. And I stand with my friends in the Jewish community. And that, Kanye, is how you buy yourself some time. Early in my career, I learned that there are 2 words in the English language that you should never say together in sequence. And those words are the and Jews. I've never heard someone do good after they said that.
Now you notice they're laughing, right? Now, what makes this so funny, Elder Lawyer, is why. Usually something is funny when it's true.
Right.
And the gift he has to be able to articulate that without getting in trouble is absolutely amazing. Right? But he's stating the obvious. If you say those 2 words together, look to be canceled, right? Did he say anything wrong yet, Elder Lawyer? Or was it true?
Truth. 100% truth.
You can say anything you want about a black man.
Yeah.
Because there's no consequences for it. See, but we have to change that.
Right.
It's up to our people to change that. You can say whatever you want about a black man. And people will be like, well, you're supposed to be able to say anything you want. There's no, I can't lose my job for saying something wrong about a black man. But let's see what else we have here. Fair use for educational use only.
I don't want y'all to get mad at me. I'm just telling you. I've been in Hollywood. This was just what I saw. Just telling you. I've been in Hollywood. This was just what I.
Here you go. Here's the part that
I've
I think.
been to Hollywood. I don't want y'all to get mad at me. I'm just telling you. I've been in Hollywood. This was just what I saw. It's a lot of Jews. Like a lot.
Fair use.
But that didn't mean anything. You know what I mean? There's a lot of black people in Ferguson, Missouri. Doesn't mean we run the place.
Now, an elder lawyer. Let me ask in particular, what was so offensive about that?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, I think the president of ADL has a true issue with this. Has a very, very serious issue. The ADL is speaking up against this. I guess it's opening the door for people to make light of tropes and stereotypes that were once forbidden. You can't even make jokes. So what was offensive? Oh, let me ask you this. Here's a better question. And maybe I'll pull this up for the rabbi next week. What are they afraid of when jokes like that are being had amongst not just our community, but the world? What are they afraid of?
Is that a question or?
Yeah, I'm asking you. What do you think?
Oh, again, as they would say, it lends to the idea that they are in control of certain aspects of society, which is the truth. I mean, what else can you say? If you're in Hollywood, if we keep hearing the same thing over and over, from generation to generation, from people who are black, people who are white, people who are Hispanic, they're going into these spaces and they're seeing the same people in positions of power.
Yeah.
Eventually, people are going to start, what other conclusion do you draw?
Okay, so also, I would say the double standard is everyone else can be stereotyped, but we're not allowed to deal with any stereotypes that can have them be seen in a negative light. And maybe that's what anti-Semitism is. If they don't agree with you doing it, it's anti.
Yeah.
Right? So, all right. So we have, he said there's just like if you go in certain areas of our people, you'll see, like he says, in Ferguson, there's a lot of black people, but that don't mean we run everything. It's just that this is where you'll find a lot of us, right? So it was genius how he was able to utilize that and make light of it so that the conversation can be had. That their people have went into certain sectors that of power, and only being 2% of a population, I can understand it. If you're looking to be a people who would preserve themselves and make it where, you know what, we can't be canceled by you. What better way to preserve yourself than make sure that you are entrenched within society, in an authoritative position that can actually, how can I put this? How can I put this in this world of not being able to speak freely today? They have entrenched themselves in places of authority where they can cancel, but not be canceled. And that's just the way it is. All right. One other thing, Elder Lawyer. I know they enjoyed this tonight, right? Hold on. One other thing before we go. We have Al Jolson who did blackface, right? And I'll put that out there and I make sure AC is going to correct that. I went into some of the history today, right? And I want to go over a few more things while we're here, Elder Lawyer, before opening up the lines.
Mm-hmm.
Before opening the lines. I hope you all can hear me clearly, okay? I'll fix this arm later. This thing is all over the place. I'll fix it later. Right. All right. I'll do it this way. I'll fix this later. But anyway, let me go this way. All right, all right, all right. Okay, I'm clear to you all? Okay, good. All right. One other thing I went over, and I made sure, Elder Lawyer, I covered some history. Because you cannot argue history. You can't argue the Idumean conversion, where these were Edomites, white people in the 2nd century converting into what they would call today Judaism. That's just history. But he say he has a problem, Elder Lawyer, when we say the real, the true. And I don't believe they should have any problem with that either. If you know that you're the true or the real, what's the problem? People do have a right to disagree. Okay, do they not? Now, one other thing I wanted to show here. Let me pull it up, Elder Lawyer. Because I needed him to go on record to confirm some of the history we've been bringing out for years. And he did respectfully go on record. Right? He went on record. So I have to give him credit for that. All right. And we're going to make sure we piece it up so that the points that were made can be emphasized in shorts or clips. All right. And we're going to have a serious presence on Instagram very soon. So get ready for that. Yeah, let me bring it up, Elder Lawyer, right here. He agreed that genetically, through genetic science, that the Limba tribe of South Africa are from the original lost tribes of Israel. He admitted that. He also admitted, based on the information that I brought here from Cambridge University, that cannot be disputed. I didn't make these papers up. That's right, I have university papers, okay? I made sure our church, being at the academy, we are plugged into all these university for papers and all that. And I can download and get anything I want historically that most aren't reading in a lot of these particular theologian areas. But, I'm signed up as a school through the academy to get access to this stuff. The Black Jews, the religious challenge of politics versus religion. They have been studying our people being Hebrew Israelites since coming off of the slave ships. They've been studying this. And now you have modern day circulations like the Rolling Stones lying outright, claiming that this is some new conspiracy theory that black people are picking up for self-pride. And they know that this was the one phenomenon that would change everything in the earth politically. They know that. And I'm not even going to say alleged for that. They know us coming back as the Israelites changes everything geopolitically. And I don't want to see these pro-African and all these other. Don't listen. Don't even try to shoehorn your Africanism garbage into what's going on right now. We have told them for years, Elder Lawyer, this time would come. That the world would begin to understand that we are the people, and it would change. You don't see people under Kemet causing this much issue amongst the hierarchy, do you? Because they don't give a darn about you with an ox, and holding the ISIS papers. They could care less about that because that does not disrupt the geopolitical spectrum. So don't try to shoehorn your way in. Oh yeah, Kyrie, Kanye now. We told y'all years ago that pro-African garbage wasn't going nowhere. Because it doesn't give us the answer to how we have come to such low depths as a people. There's no answer. The more you push pro-Africanism, the more questions we have. Oh, we were the kings. We were the pharaohs. We built this. We built that. Okay. And why are you at the bottom now? Since you built everything, you were the kings. Why have such a great people become slaves? And they'll look at you. That's when they give you that blank stare. Oh, there's no answer, because the answer is written of in the Bible. It's the curses for breaking a law given to us by God. And also, in the academy, Elder Lawyer, I'm going to pull out the book that you graced me with from England. That's right, strictly from the museums, where all the archaeological proof that's in the Bible, all the archaeological findings in the Bible, folks, you got it. They found all of those places, and it's in a book, and I'm going to bring that out in the next academy. So all that crap they were claiming, we don't know if the Bible real. The white man wrote the book. We told you pro-Africans to get up off of that con for a long time. And there's something else, unfortunately, Elder Lawyer. Us following Islam. They didn't care about us following Islam either. It wasn't until you had these guys coming out that they were Hebrews, where now the executives over basketball teams and football teams too are asking, what does this mean? What do you really believe? Why? Because folks, they don't want this getting discussed in locker rooms. They don't, what does this mean for us if our people are Hebrews and we're discussing this? The strongest understanding amongst the most influential of our people in the earth. They don't want this. So we don't want, we could care less about Umar Johnson's perspective, because he don't believe the Bible is true. He came on our broadcast and say that and try to totally dismiss the Bible. So we don't want him flip-flopping. Oh yeah, Hebrews and Negroes, that is true. And try to tie Africa in with it. We don't want to hear it, bro. Without the Bible, there is no such people as Israelites where a documentary can be made, Hebrews to Negroes. So don't try. We don't want his perspective, and we don't need any conscious community perspectives. Because now they want to get on the wave now. In the white papers, Elder Lawyer, it shows Cambridge have been tracking black Hebrews since coming off of the slave ships. Yeah, now, why they had to chart this? Because they knew one day it would come a time where they could no longer keep a lid on it. So they've been tracking our people finding out our Hebrew connection, our Israelite connection. And I have the paperwork. Folks, they weren't just tracking it today. They were tracking this all the way. Look at this. Since the slave ships. Let me tell you. And in these colleges, Elder Lawyer, they purposely created these I would call tether black nationalist groups to get people away, our people away from understanding we're Israel altogether as a form of divide and conquer. Black Panthers and all that, folks, was created in colleges. Same as Black Lives Matter, as a form of divide and conquer to redirect us from that's right, the conversations that were being had in the 60s and all that concerning us being Hebrews. Look at this. The first month of 1879, there was a massive migration of some 5,000 blacks to northern territories of the United States, mainly Kansas and Oklahoma. What was going on here? Benjamin Pap Singleton, an elderly and colorful man, led a group of 300 blacks to Cherokee County in Kansas. They founded a colony called Singleton's Colony, and he called himself the Moses of the Exodus of colored people. from 1900 onwards, North, South Carolina were overrun by black preachers who were propagating a doctrine according to which what? We're propagating a doctrine according to which the lost tribes of the house of Israel was none other than the Negroes. Now, for those who missed this, folks, I read this to the rabbi and he agreed that there was always history of our people claiming to be Israelites, and he didn't deny it. But then he tried to turn it to, well, the discussion is you're not saying that you're saying you're the true ones. I'm like, I didn't say anything. But automatically they revert to some level of defense when we stake claim to our history. Almost subconsciously without even thinking, folks. And to some degree, I believe that's what the true issue is right now publicly with Kanye and Kyrie. The fact that we're claiming to be Israelites. So there were preachers teaching this until the political structure started getting behind black teachers, black preachers, to teach an all-inclusive ideology where it doesn't matter, we're all the same. That ideology came out of what? The government funding pastors to rival this particular ideology that they were afraid of becoming mainstream. And eventually, folks, Black Wall Street came out of this. Because these black preachers who knew they were Israel was also using the Bible's laws for commerce structuring to be self-sufficient, to rival what was going on in New York. A religious base that also stems from that religious base, a financial base that can give them power to self-sustain and defend themselves, and also have the power to cancel those who would disagree. So when they burned Oklahoma, folks, it had more to do with us being Hebrews than them trying to stop us from financially aggrandizing ourselves. And it's in their records, folks. Gabriel Prosser was convinced that God had chosen him. Listen to this. There was another slave by the name of Gabriel Prosser. Look him up. And guess what? Now, the reason the establishments back then, Elder Lawyer, sought to dismantle these churches is because these churches didn't just have black people, parishioners are coming to the church. They had white members. They were converting white members into understanding that we were Hebrews. These were all-inclusive churches where our people coming out of slavery were free now to claim ourselves as Israelites and set up churches separate from the Ku Klux Klan and all those who were looking to oppose us. And not only that, we were all-inclusive. We didn't just have black people in the church. White people were coming into the church, also expounding the same understanding that, yeah, they are the Hebrews. Deuteronomy 28 tells us this. And one day these people will stand as the people of God and will have to actually follow suit to these people who were once slaves. This is what alarmed them more so than anything. They would rather it be some black nationalist hate thing so that now they can put a political spin that it's a hate group. But folks, the government couldn't do that at this time because white people were coming in learning that we were Hebrews also. Powerful. Gabriel Prosser, an outstanding personality who had acquired some knowledge of the Bible, he frequently referred to it in order to convince his brothers that they were descendants of the Israelites. Of the Israelites, Richmond, Virginia, North Carolina. And folks, this was the late 1800s. in the 1900s, the children of slaves all down there was teaching that we were the children of Israel. This had nothing to do with challenging white people, Jewish people, or nothing, but more so us getting on code with a law our forefathers broke, staking claim to the Bible to fix our condition. So instead of saying, and I think, Elder Lawyer, that's the mistake that Jay-Z and them are making, right? When they come out like the video Jay-Z did and said, well, I can show you how to do real estate and all that, and use Jewish people as a comparison. I believe that was, and he caught heat for that. But he should have just said, instead of going and saying this is their example, he should have went to the model of the Torah in which those who follow Judaism draws from. He could have said the Torah teaches us how to set this up, because it does. It tells us how to deal with one another financially and all that, and even on how to deal with those on the outside of us, that we must prefer our people above everyone else. Not to say that we're not equitable and respectful to others, but we must, that's right, for self-preservation, we must be civil one amongst each other and build our financial base. And everything I'm saying is written in the Torah. So instead of him making an example of what they're doing, he could have said, well, in their religion, something we're not taught in our communities, how to deal with finances amongst each other and build a financial base can be now part of our religious belief as a people, so that we can do, as an example, of what their community does. It goes back to the Bible, folks. Gabriel Prosser, an outstanding personality who acquired the knowledge of the Bible, he frequently referred to it in order to convince his brothers that they were descendants of the Israelites and that God would free them from slavery as he had their ancestors. He identified himself with Samson, his favorite biblical character. Like Samson, he wore his hair long, and as a sign given by God of the alliance with his people, Gabriel Prosser was convinced that God had chosen him to free his people from the depths of slavery. Folks, coming off the ships, we knew we were Hebrew Israelites. It was these evil universities and schools that began to separate us from that knowledge. These wicked and evil Christian universities. That was set up by Rome. Now there's more, folks. And then we'll open up the lines. You know what? And I am proud of Kyrie for stating it's time for us to do better. I know exactly what Kyrie's talking about. He said it's time for us to do better. You know what he's saying, right? You know what he's saying when he states it's time for us to do better. It's time for us to come back to the law. I'm gonna fix this later. This thing is getting on my nerves. It's time for us to come back to the law. Folks, I'm gonna show you the guy the governments were so concerned about. And this was in the 18th century here, Gabriel Prosser. Gabriel Prosser in the 1800s. I'm going to show you the guy they were so afraid of. Gabriel Prosser. I'm going to show you. From Virginia, the Gabriel's Rebellion. That's right, folks. Gabriel Prosser. He is right here. He was a Hebrew Israelite. not only was he teaching blacks were Hebrews, he also was teaching white people in his church that we are the Hebrews. And eventually, they strung him up. They killed him. So don't have them claim to us that this is some conspiracy theory. There you go, right there. Gabriel Prosser. He was teaching. He was a preacher. He was teaching with Hebrew Israelites. And this was the late 1700s, early 1800s. Right? Now, one other thing before I open up the phones, folks. I want to show y'all something. So, because we have to highlight and highlight when, 1 second. We have to highlight when they're using some people. When they're using people to infiltrate and to write things that are destructive in this time of prophecy. Let me pull this up. I want y'all to see something, brothers and sisters. Here's a hit piece, Elder Lawyer, that Rolling Stone did on Kyrie Irving. They had to change the title because it was such an evil hit piece. Trying to make some type of correlation between blacks and what happened in Germany. Trying to claim that there's some such thing as black people rising up against their people. And that then this woman lied, claiming there was always some level of anti-Semitism within the black community. Straight lying. Let me pull this up. I'm going to show you the people they use, folks. Show you the people they use. Let me show you the people they use. 1 second. Let me get it here. In the article, when you read the article, okay, they cut it off where now you got to subscribe, but I was able to see it for free. In this woman lies and say one thing Kyrie Irving is doing, which is dangerous, sharing something that could influence millions of black young men and women, can perpetuate the stereotype that's in the community that there was a problem where blacks always had a problem with Jews. And they're lying in this particular article. There was never a time our people, black people, had in our community had a problem with Jewish people, ever. So who do they use to write this hit piece, Elder Lawyer? Let me show you who they use. Goldie Teller. Be very careful, folks, because usually when they use these lie pieces, these hit pieces, they'll use someone we believe are us so that we can't claim it's racist. American author, Goldie Teller. This is what she's doing to get recognized or get some brownie points. She will straight lie and claim that there's always been anti-Jew sentiments amongst the black community. That have never existed amongst the black community. Anti-Semitism or hate against Jews. That never existed within our communities, ever. So when you see them making up hit pieces like this, push back, because they're aiming to do what? Push these narratives to whom they believe are the ignorant amongst our people. Elder Lawyer, anything before I open up the lines?
No, sir. Let's go to the lines.
All right. And again, we have a new Hebrew and Bible Academy. December 4th. And you know what? Elder Lawyer is going to be great, Elder Lawyer, because what I would like to do is, you know, a 10-minute conversation with the rabbi. I'm going to bring him in ever so often and hear his perspective on certain things. And who knows, before it's over, he may come around. He may come around. Some people believe that, you know, he may not show up next week, but I believe Harry is a man of his word. I believe he is. I believe he's a man of his word. So I'll take him at his word. I can't wait next week, part 2, where he starts off by giving us the true definition of anti-Semitism. And what I'm going to do, should I say it? Yeah, I should say it. I'm going to pull up the creators of South Park. If you're listening, Rabbi Rosenberg, I'm going to pull up the creators of South Park. And we're going to see, we're going to ask, is it okay for any people to do or say what he say, what they do and say publicly through animation and comedy when it comes to the Jewish community? So, yeah, we're going to talk about that. And this is not to hate on anyone. They shouldn't hate on us. We shouldn't hate on them. What I'm doing tonight should have been done. Opening up a good faith, that's right, a good faith dialogue for both sides to be heard. This should have been done a long time ago. Right? Because I don't want to offend anyone. So let me know what it is so that we can, so that we can be respectful one with one another. But there's going to be a problem with you offending Christ. I'm going to tell you that right now. And yeah, I know you're probably looking. How you doing, sir? We'll talk about it next week. All right, Elder Lawyer. Let's get this together here. 1 second.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to pull up Blog Talk 515-605-9327. Right? I don't know if Elder Ramar has already, I don't know if he already set up a show for me, and I'll see. Let's call in. I want to hear your Blog Talk Radio. I want to hear your opinion, chime in for us real quick. Chime in so I can hear what y'all have to say on this tonight. And I'll also play a little bit of what Kyrie has to say. If anything, and I got to say this is also to actually give credit where credit is due when it comes to the solidarity of our people standing for what's right. Let me tell you, they wouldn't be willing to rethink everything if they didn't get so much blowback from our people standing as one behind our good men. So I know it's easy to talk about the bad things amongst us, but also what should be highlighted when we rally together behind our young men who are standing for what's right. And that's the only reason why they're backtracking everything. Like you're giving him a laundry list of things he needs to do. For tweeting a tweet on history. on, tweeting an Amazon documentary? When you have Al Jolson blackface? the jazz singer, the movie you can get right now with a Jewish man in blackface mocking black people on Amazon. But I digress. If you're going to take it down, take it all down and show us how less freedoms we really have. Show us how less. Y'all, they need to be straight with us, Eloy, and let everyone know that we're really living under communism. They need to just be honest right now. Thank you, Ramar. Ramar set it up. Because I believe, what? All of it has the right to be up there.
Right.
I believe that Al Jolson's, whatever he expressed through art, should be there so we can know exactly what this world was at this time, so that we can mark history and remember it. I believe Al Jolson's, I think it's called Jazz Singer, that should still be up there. And Hebrews and Negroes should be up there without disclaimers. Because when we start disclaimering and censoring stuff, guess what? It's a slippery slope down to what? Criminalizing people for their opinions.
Right.
Right? So I don't look at that mess. I know Al Jolson was a racist mess. Okay? And I need to be reminded of that. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not offended about it. I don't want to get up and cry and ask Jeff Bezos, can you please take it down? No, I need that out there to remind our children from how far we've come as a people. I need that stuff out there and say, listen, you see what they used to be able to do? They can't do it now. And Elder Lawyer, I believe that they would very well go to war and implode all of society. I believe they would reconstruct these cities and everything and blow things up before they outright come out and admit, yeah, y'all people are from the lost tribes of Israel. They would very well blow the whole thing up, then admit that truth. Because what does that mean? What does it mean if we're the Hebrews, the Israelites? What does it mean for us? And what does that mean for them? All right. Let's go, Elder Lawyer. Let me pull it up. And thank you all, Hebrew Academy. December 4th, I got brand new equipment, a brand new computer for it. We're going to break it down where there's 30-minute news so that we're just 30 minutes to 40 minutes news. Elder Lawyer is going to go into this Hebrew quickly. We're going to do our lessons. And we're going to have, now that we have the new computer, Zoom interaction. And we have 4 to 5 brand new lessons that you don't want to miss. Please be a part of the Academy. It goes so far in helping us progress this work to the 12 tribes of Israel who are scattered abroad, to the Israelites, and even the Jew first, and also the Gentiles. Right? All right, let me go here. And thank you, Elder Ramar. Let's open up the lines.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
All right. Aaron has a comment, 843.
Unmuted.
Shalom, Aaron. Thank you. Thanks for calling in. Your location?
Shalom, Elder. I'm calling from Utah.
All right. Talk to me, young man. Bless you.
Yeah. Man, this was a very, very good broadcast today.
Praise the Most High.
Kind of gave me some peace talk vibes. I guess the only person we was missing was Elder Gocc as the host.
Oh, you talking about the Peace
But,
FM? It kind of gave me
yeah.
those Peace FM dialogues, right? Yeah. And we're gonna have Ryan doing more of that. We're gonna have Ryan doing more of that, getting all of, because it was Ryan who was able to get him on, and maybe I'll have Ryan pick up where Azariah used to get these guests on. So yes, we need these conversations. But go on.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it was giving me those type vibes, but yeah, man, what I've noticed, the past few weeks, when it comes to this documentary, the first thing, they would say is that the documentary, what Kyrie shared, was anti-Semitic.
Okay.
It stated that the Holocaust didn't happen and this and that. And I went in and, I watched the documentary twice, and there's nowhere in the documentary it says that.
So
like,
okay. So you said you seen the documentary yourself.
Yeah.
Now what they're saying is
twice.
You watch it twice. Now what they're saying is the first 8 minutes, something is being stated that questions the history of the Holocaust. You didn't hear anything in it with the first 8 minutes?
No, the first 8 minutes was basically they were just showing clips of like just a lot of our people. It was a lot of praise, worship. Just kind of giving the backdrop of, our spirituality within that first 8 minutes.
So what I'm saying is, you seen the documentary and didn't see one thing about the Holocaust in it.
No, not mentioning that it never happened.
So what did they? Because let me tell you, I see a lot of people, talking heads, out lying, like Skip Bayless. He claimed Christians are offended, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And he outright said something that I know isn't in the documentary. I'm like, these people are just putting out lies without consequence, without anyone pushing back, and it's defamation.
Yeah.
And listen, and I wonder if they're saying something that isn't true publicly with some of these I would say corporate media conglomerates. I believe if he's saying something not true, I believe the author of those documentaries may have a legal case against these corporations, these sports shows and others. If they're saying things about it's defamation. If they're saying that something about that documentary that's not in it, he has a suit. He has a lawsuit against them. It's liable.
Yeah, because the only thing close to mentioning revering the Holocaust was that quote out of that World War II book that was written by a Jewish author.
Oh,
they said.
Okay,
so you get what I'm saying.
So what they're doing is they put together a straw man argument because he referenced something that could have questioned it. He say, now he referenced another piece of literature or production that could have stated it, and by him mentioning that they're tying that in and claiming that he made those statements.
Exactly. Everything in that documentary he referenced from their scholars, their archaeologists.
Okay.
Like you have to watch it. You'll see if you watch it, you'll see what I'm saying. But that's the only thing. But there was nothing in there that mentioned the Holocaust didn't happen.
Okay.
And that's all you kept hearing on TV. And when I watched it, I was like, these folks are lying.
Okay.
These
All right,
folks
that's deep.
are lying.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
I mean, I heard about it, and hey, I'll look at it. And not only that, not only will I look at it, if I see something that's incorrect, like I told the rabbi, I think I'm smart enough to be able to hear things of value and eat the meat, chew the meat, and spit out the bones. If something is of value, and if there's a lie there, I can discount that and be like, well, okay, I don't need to hear that, but that information holds weight and has value. Okay, and you know, we should be able to view anything with a serious, objective outlook, and be trusted and be trusted to make a decision. Listen, none of our people have any fascination or admiration for Hitler. We could care less about that.
Exactly.
Okay, so to try to tie us in that way, that's not going to work either.
Yeah, and you know, and Elder, I went in to watch it without a biased eye. I was like, let me see if it's really what they were saying.
Yeah.
And I watched it the first time, and I said, nah. I was like, I don't see anything in there, but the information that was coming out about us,
it was good.
Like, wow. And
Okay.
I watched it again, and it's profound, Elder.
All praises. Well, hey, I'm going to look at it. Now, hold on. Now, I could say this. Go ahead. Say your last thing. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Go ahead, because I got to go to the next call. I got Bishop Anya waiting.
Okay, I was gonna say, man, when you bring up that Talmud, man, it seemed like it's like a can of rays. Like you turn the lights on when you mention the word Talmud, because after that he only had 10 minutes left.
Oh yeah. He had to get out of there because I know what's in the Talmud. So if they're trying to stop negative ideologies and viewing any people in a negative light, then guess what? We need to do something about that Talmud then, because I don't like how it views Christ or our people as whom they claim are black people.
And I hope our brothers and sisters was listening when you mentioned Christ and what he said about him.
Oh yeah, we're gonna we're gonna piece that out, and we're gonna piece that out and make that a section for itself. Because believe it or not, the respect that I grew up having for Jewish people was an extension through proxy of the love I had for Christ.
Yep.
So when I found out that they feel in a certain type of way about the Savior, then that changes everything, right? I mean, you gain your respect off of his notoriety, but yet will disrespect him publicly. That doesn't work right in any place, not even in the real world. Even if you don't like someone completely, you don't disrespect someone who've given you shine. So that doesn't even work out in the real world that way. So it's time for us to recalibrate and view this thing now. Because how many times black Christians and others have supported Israel as an extension of Christ and supported Jewish people believing that they are the people that came from Christ. So we got to have a discussion on that. But let's not put the cart before the horse. I got my bullet points ready for part 2, brother. Thank you. Let me go to Anya, okay?
All right.
Thank you, my brother. You know what? That's some great points, because now that I've witnessed them lying straight out, Skip Bayless and all of them, I have to actually question whether or not what they're saying as far as claims in that particular video, whether or not what they're stating was actually said now. So I'm going to look at it, and if they did mention that, I'm going to state that too. Let's be fair across the board. Bishop Anya. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Shalom.
How you doing?
I'm blessed by the
Oh
best.
my goodness!
Okay, let's talk.
Ooh, what a topic! I've been chomping at the bit to get online with you and talk about this because I for one, I just want to give a shout out to you for your line of questioning and how you went about the first set of interview questions and how you set everything up. Very professional, very royal, very regal. I know a lot of people don't understand that, but I see where you're going with this, and that's the proper way to do it.
Praise the Most High. Thank you.
Secondly, I wanted to chime in because from your questioning that you was giving and how he was answering, it just seems to me, and this is just my opinion, that what he was trying to really say is that the rules really don't apply to him or to the Jewish people.
Oh,
okay.
Now I didn't get that absolutely, but even though I mentioned that, what do you mean by that? At what part? What example? What are you saying there?
Well, the whole demeanor behind how he answered, very nonchalant, very
okay.
That doesn't really matter to us kind of attitude, especially when it came to Christ. That's when it really came out. Like, well, we can care less about Christ.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. You don't care about Christ. You don't really, it's this, that, and the other, Yeah, I understand. I agree with you, but this, that, and the other. So that's the kind of demeanor I came across. And the thing is that when you have a group of people that are in a position of power, and you have another group of people that aren't in a position of power, then that's where the riptide is going to be at right there, And I'm thinking, and maybe you can correct me on this, Elder. Maybe we should be a little offended. I don't know. Maybe we should be a little more. Hey, you can't say that about our people. Just like how they put up blackface back in the early 1800s and 1900s. No, that was then. We shouldn't be able to just put things out there without having some sort of a organization, and maybe we should have an organization, Anti-Israelite Defamation League.
But you know what? It's happening. Hey, brother, it's happening. We don't need an organization. We have the heavens. Let me tell you this, brother. It's happening. Right now, I made it my position, and I told all my children and anyone who would stand with me, because of what they did to Kanye, we'll never buy one item from any of those companies. Ever. Number two, what they doing with Kyrie. If they don't understand anything, they understand the money. If they're going to snatch something from our brother who's seeking to help our people, let me tell you, Kanye West gave $2 million to the George Floyd family. None of that is mentioned.
Yeah, I know.
Kyrie Irving is seeking to change the trajectory of our young boys and our young girls in the inner cities. That's his mission, with a law and a code one amongst one another. And what they trying to say is we're going to cut off the finances so he won't have the wherewithal to help his own people. That's what they're telling us. And we must answer back and say, you know what? If you cancel him, we're canceling you. I told my sons, if I see any of their product going forward, that I'm going to cut them off. When it comes to help, I'm not giving you a dime to spend against the enemies who would cut off your own brother. So those are the stands we must make now. Look at all the companies. So that's the group. The group is us standing as one. We got the heavens working for us. Right? I don't need you know what? They need groups like that to come with this yellow journalism, like the Southern Poverty Center, ADL, and all this other stuff. They need that to stonewall those who would criticize or ask for what? Ask for a good faith conversation so that we can coexist one with another. They need all that stuff instead of dealing with things straight. So when it comes to us, folks, brothers and sisters, don't support. If they cancel our brothers, don't support any of these companies. Period. That's where you hit them. Hit them where it hurts. But go on, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I already shelved all of my Adidas stuff. That's all somewhere in the dark basement, somewhere in the corner somewhere.
Hey, listen. You probably auctioned some of that stuff off. eBay. But I digress. But anything else you have, Anya? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Nope, that's it. I just wanted to chime in, let you and you put my 2 cents in. I can't wait for the next interview. I'm with you, GOCC Cleveland. We're with you 100%. And, let's keep on talking with these people and let's keep on seeing where they're really at. I think today's interview kind of exposed a little bit about how they really feel about our Lord and Savior. What?
Exactly.
So
because
I digress.
Hey, brother, it's deep in of itself because you rally to protect yourselves and who shouldn't protect their own community. But why not have that much protection out there for the Jew of all Jews through by extension, the whole world honors and respect you as a group. But why? And he said it outright.
Yeah, they don't talk about that in the Talmud.
Man, you can disrespect Christ. They don't, and they'd be like, well, hold up. Isn't that anti-Semitic? To allow Christ to be drugged through the mud and on these Hollywood productions be denigrated and disrespected on these talk shows. Bill Maher can say anything he want about Christ and crack jokes with it with the live audience laughing in the background. But yet no one is screaming anti-Semitism when they're disrespecting Christ. You Christians better look at this. Y'all better really keep an eye on this.
Yeah, and I'll say it again. It's anti-Christ.
And I'm going to tell you this.
It goes against Christ.
I'm going to tell you, everything in me wanted to totally just, but I couldn't do that. Because the whole thing is.
No, you're doing it right.
Because I'm going to tell you. They think they can use Moses. But guess what? When we talk about Moses, after I'm finished, they're not going to be able to use him either. Don't try to hide under Moses. Disrespect Christ by hiding under Moses. I'm pulling that rug right from under him the next time we dialogue, and I'm going to use the Torah to do so.
You see, and that's another reason why they hate Christ, because Christ even told them, don't think to yourselves that you have Moses. Exactly.
Let me tell you, you don't believe in Moses if you don't believe in Christ.
Exactly.
You don't believe in Moses. And this is why they wanted to kill Christ. Because like listen, y'all don't believe in Moses, because if y'all believed in Moses, you would have believed on me. But hold up, but I'm going to make these schedules. We're going to do a few of these, we're going to do a few of these. We're going to do part 1, part 2, and eventually in the academy, we're going to let it all out there, Thank you, Anya.
There you go.
All right. Bless you.
I'll let you get with the next caller.
Shalom. Thank you, brother. Great call. Fantastic call. This does give me, Elder Lawyer, some of those Peace FM vibes, right? Ryan was able to get this brother on, and I see Ryan done found his niche. Danye, 757 Danye has a comment.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, how are you?
I'm doing great. I would like to first say, all praise be to the Most High, Ahaya, in the name of Shai and Walk Kadash. I'm very proud of you, Elder. And
praise the Most High,
and also the deacons. Praise the Most High, and the deacons and the bishops that's teaching me here in the Virginia body. Very poignant questions, thought out questions. You didn't put the cart before the horse, and it also shows our maturity we have within this body, within this church. I see that time and time after again, even through individuals and also as a whole. And Also during the street preaching, that's where I really see it at. Is the maturity that we have versus unfortunate events I've seen with others, other groups. I think that's very prophetic because that's the type of spirit we need to get through these prophecies. You know, that discerning spirit and knowing what to say and not to say, when to speak and not to speak. And because we failed and we was around in the wilderness for 40 years because of that reason.
Yeah.
And the murmuring and all that.
Yeah.
And also too, what I've seen, when you ask him about that scripture, surely we haven't heard it lies when the Gentiles were coming from the four corners.
Yeah.
He actually answered that question when you asked him about the Talmud and the Christian church. He answered that indirectly. You know, you asking him a question about why lead on the Christian church, thinking that y'all had some connection with Christ when you don't. Yes, and that right there answered that question about the scripture you gave him. Those are the lies that we inherit that allowed them to be in the position they are, that's supposed to be our inheritance.
Exactly. Don't forget, through us believing that they were Christ through their productions and movies, it placed them politically and religiously as an authority which our people in the community respected. So automatically that gave them preeminence over our people. Automatically, we like to look at the Run DMC and the hip hop and all that. No, we need to look at the religious aspect. The core belief, this is what honored us. This is what with us believing that they were Christ, Moses, and they were Jesus and all that. This is what had us trust them to sign contracts, to operate with them in business, because we believe it transferred from us coming out of the church to us doing business with Christ's people. It's all the same. But now the lights have been turned on. We've been bamboozled. That honor, that respect extended. Don't forget, the majority of these record companies were signing artists from where? Right out of the Christian church, knowing that there was a certain level of honor and respect that they would get, really a proxy through us believing Christ had some relation to them. And that's why I allow him to speak. And I said, listen, I'm going to pause. I need all Christians to hear what he just said. You can just disrespect the greatest Jew, and there's no term that will stop the world from actually offending Christ. So why can't we have that anti-Semite label to protect Christ? Since he's the Jew by proxy that gives you the respect and honor from Christians. Let me tell you, brother, that was a mic drop. That's why I had total silence. I'm like, I'm not going to disrupt this moment, so that when this is viewed outside of the live, that moment to reflect what was just said resonates. And hopefully people will clip it and put it everywhere. I didn't even want to say something in the space that we need to think after he made that claim. After he straight said, listen, hey, without saying it, we don't have no respect for him. So why should, if y'all don't have no respect for him, why should we respect believing in Christ? What y'all got going on? And those are the conversations we'll have. Thank you, my brother. Hope to see you soon.
All praise be to the Most High. All praise be to the Most High. I appreciate you, and the elders of Bishop and Deacon. I'm honored to be your student.
Hey, all brother, I'm honored you are part of this body, and brother, hey, let's finish. Let's do it. All right, shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom, baby girl. She had the little girl say, Shalom. 757 Danye. That was Danye on the phone. We have Timothy with a comment. It's a good show tonight. A good broadcast, not a show. Shalom.
Thanks. Oh, shalom, Elder. Thank you very much for taking my call. And I must say, my brother, I am so, like that other gentleman, so proud of you and your ministry, sir, and how you guys are willing to take on the topics of today, because we are living in these perilous times. I think the Most High is just revealing and just pulling back the veil. And so I want to first say that to you. Also, I want to say to you also, you're quite welcome, Elder. You're quite welcome. I watched a debate you did with Alpha and Omega, gentleman named Dr. James White. Did that ring a bell to you?
Yes, sir.
You, sir, had me up on my feet. You are a spirit-filled man, and the Most High was just giving you revelation. You picked his spirit out, sir, and you demolished him. And I know a lot of other youth, and a lot of other YouTube Israelite groups will say, "Oh, he didn't do well." I watched it for myself. Guys, listen out there. If you ever in a conversation with someone, go and look for yourself. Don't believe what people say, right? And I couldn't stop watching, man. I watched part 1, part 2. I was like, is there any more? So I just want to thank you for that as well.
Let me say,
just share my two.
Okay, I'm gonna let you share that. I'm gonna give you your time. Let me tell you.
Okay.
Let me tell you. When that debate happened, both of them, you had so many people out there claiming that, oh man, Elder Ricard, y'all lost. And you know what? I was smiling because this is what because they didn't know what was going on behind the scenes in conjunction with those conversations.
Yes, sir.
See, I was just looking to get on a platform, right? Coming back from the States, that we could get a demographic of Christians to actually see the light. And that demographic would be a demographic of Christians who would have never listened to Israelites.
Exactly.
The only thing I needed to do was drop some truth, knowing that they would eventually come over to our channel to see what we were talking about. I don't like the fact that they frame our beliefs to the ignorant. They frame it in a way in which it would dissuade people without checking it out themselves. So I made sure at the second debate, I made sure I put it out there. Yeah, it's uncanny that you don't want to talk about the 800-pound gorilla in the room. The fact that he wanted to make sure that none of the bullet points included our people being Israelites or he says, I haven't studied on that. Well, the only reason you have a black man before you is that you are offended that we are claiming to be Israel, but yet you don't want to talk about that, a black man as a Hebrew. But I made sure I put that out there in the beginning of the second discussion to show you how disingenuous and spiritually coward they are. They don't really want to talk truth.
Very much.
Oh yeah. But I digress. It did it did everything I thought. You know how many people were baptized who came from Christianity, who would have never followed those who knew they were Hebrews, who only followed him? Let me tell you, we have baptized hundreds that came from that debate, including Gentiles. But I digress.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Christ
listen,
won.
Listen, you did not digress. Let me tell you, and you said that in your debate as well. Listen, you brought forth the scriptures as the scriptures said. And I was hoping and praying. I was like, Elder, just please stick to the scripture, because I had watched other Hebrew Israelites who were very crafty, and they'll try to go into other books, of mankind. You ripped that scripture over him, man, and through him. And you notice he did not open the Bible not one time. And you
not once. Not once.
You said, how can we have a conversation about the Bible and you're not even opening up the Bible. So it was incredible, and it's always for edification, and you did a fantastic job. I just want to read a scripture here, if you don't mind, and this is Book of Revelation, verse 2, and I'm sorry, Book of Revelation 2 and verse 9. Is that okay?
The floor is yours. Read it.
Yes, okay. King James Version, it said, I know the works in tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them that say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogues of Satan. I was raised up all my life in the Christian church. I just got into this Hebrew Israelite stuff maybe since the pandemic, to be perfectly honest.
Okay.
Being at home, yep, and bumping into your work and other works of other camps that's out there.
Okay.
And just doubling. I'm sorry. You want to say something else?
No, I said okay. I'm just following you.
Yeah. Oh, I got you. There's a little delay. And so I dove in, and man, I just started, listening, searching out YouTubes, going to books, and just following certain, videos of yours and others. And I say, oh my goodness, man, where's this coming from? Right? I was like really pleased to just see how God was moving in the earth. And I just believe in my heart that just my feeling here is that administration, that presidential administration, when Paula White and all those other Christian churches went out there and started prophesying that, Trump was going to win again and so forth. And when it didn't happen, I saw how painful it was for them, and they started blaming everything. So my whole point is this. I am truly honored and blessed to see how you defend the works of the Most High God and Yahweh Shai, his son. I worked in an all-Jewish facility when I was a young man in my early 20s. I'm 61 now.
Okay.
And they did not, and I would say, well, you want to have prayer, and they was like, and I crossed, back then I was in Christianity, fold my hand. They were like, oh no, we don't do that. we don't do all that Jesus talks up in Jesus' name. We don't do that. So I just saying all that to say, I just hope, my hope and prayer is that we continue on. And I don't know, Elder, if this, let me just ask you, do you think this will ever be sorted out here on earth in terms of, I know the Most High is coming back with his son Jesus, and is it going to, Yahweh Shai, is it going to ever be sorted out?
Well, what's going to be sorted out is they've been preparing for this moment. Every war that we have witnessed has a separate narrative outside of what they've portrayed through mainstream media. When I say every war that the Roman Empire has waged against other races, other nations, were actually seeking out our people to destroy them. And it's what the Bible calls the desolation of abomination. They were waiting for this moment. Okay. They've been waiting for this moment because they call it the age of Aquarius or the age of the awakening. But they had to establish a system that can oppose our people at the very end, to stomp us out all at once. Mm-hmm. They were willing to work with us as long as we acknowledge them over us as the authority. But now we can see them. Guess what? Their response now is, according to Wisdom of Solomon, the 2nd chapter. Okay, gloves off now. Y'all know I'm the invisible man Esau, who've been beating you down, since the beginning. Yeah. Welcome to the war now, folks. They doubling down, and under the cloud of war, there's a political climate that they're financing to have all races come against our people under the cloud of war, under the darkness of war, under the cover of war. And I'm talking about the next war that's coming. That's when the real purge is going to happen, because under the cloud of war, just like Iraq and all that, when you speak to military people, they'll tell you what they were telling us over here was entirely different than what was going on over there. but it was the cloud of war that had us thinking it was something else, when really it was all types of things people were doing. So let me tell you, there's no rules. There's no fairness in love and war. So when the war break out, that's when they're gonna come after believers, not just our people. All those who believe in Christ. And this is why we must rally together under the Spirit for Christ's hedge during peacetime. Because the next war, they were like, now, okay. Yeah, I'm the invisible man that been stomping you out, Jacob. Now you know you in a war. Let's fight. Folks, they're not backing down. They're doubling down. So only thing we must do, we must go ahead. We must come back to the Most High.
No, I'm sorry.
Get our families together, because why? We're going to need one another. I'm going to tell you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, man. I know for sure. I can't wait to hear the replay of this, because I came in kind of late after you had already finished up with the rabbi. And but I will say God raised the standard in the book of when Joshua when Moses, Aaron, and Hur had to go up to the top of the hill. I think that was in Exodus 17, right?
You talking about the Mount Sinai? But go on.
Yes, and they had to fight against Amalek. Remember, and God told Moses to go to the top of the hill with the staff of rod in his hand.
Yeah.
And when he did, he picked. Yeah. So that's the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob is going to build a hedge of protection and banner around us and his children, the ones who seek him and who have an ear to hear. So we are listening. We are listening. God's children are really, really trying to put their ear to the ground,
yes, good.
Elder. And I think.
Well, I got to go to the next call, brother, I got to go to the next call. Okay. I'll let you get your last point out.
Thank you, brother, so very much. And I love you all, man, in the body of the Most High through his son, Yahweh Shah. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me correct that. I know you listen to the others.
Mm-hmm.
Yahweh Shah is Joshua. Christ's true name, it was written in the Dead Sea Scrolls also. It says, she shall bring forth a son, Matthew 1, and he shall save his people from their sins. Save is Yeshua. The Most High's name is Ahiah, and Christ's name is Yeshua. Okay?
Okay, well.
Don't worry about it. I just want to, just giving it to you. Hey, listen. I was where you are too, so don't worry about it. But his name is Yeshua. All right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
My brother, you have a good night.
I
appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
What a broadcast tonight. Praise the Most High.
Muted.
And let's now go.
Man,
unmuted.
Bless you, brother. And let's now go to Deshaun, who has a comment and a question.
Hello, elders. Shalom. I just want to give praise and thanks to the Most High, Mahai, by Shem Yishael Wak. Thank you, elders, for the broadcast. It was very eloquent, very graceful how you handled yourself on air. I also want to say thank you to Elder Lawyer. I'm a 2-time graduate of the Academy.
Congratulations.
And yes, sir. Thank you. And I've been looking to try to get baptized and join a fellowship. I live in Durham, North Carolina.
Okay. Okay, I can fix that for you. One moment. Have you spoke with Elder Al yet?
No, I have not. I have not been in contact with any of the body here in North Carolina.
Oh, don't worry about it, Deshaun. I'll have him call you no later than I'll be with him this weekend in South Carolina. So.
Oh, amazing.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll have Elder Al reach out to you so we can set up your baptism. And thank you for your support in the Academy. Wait till you see what's coming next Academy, young man. So you should be there because a lot of information changes from one session to the next. All right?
I know. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm very excited. But yeah, I just want to commend you again on how you moved. You know how to move in a room full of vultures. That was very smooth.
Well, the key is
I
see the key in conversation, and you have to hold sometimes, and sometimes we make a mistake as bearers of truth by attempting to correct every disagreement, to correct someone at the point of every disagreement. Well, suppose 3 inconsistent points come out within one sentence. And this is what I've learned dealing with, skilled talkers. You don't know which one to debate. So it's best to let people just bring it out and not debate every point. Really, what it's about, because what they'll do is they'll put out all this stuff, and then some of it is filler so that time can run by without us getting to the bottom of things. We must have an objective to clearly what we would like to magnify, what through the Spirit, what the Most High would like people to understand at the end of it, opposed to debating every point, because you can have 3 incorrect points coming out of one sentence. And you know what? We like to correct every point. You notice that? But like, nah.
Exactly. And I wanted to bring forth the scripture, 2 Thessalonians 2 verse 3.
Yeah.
And the word of the Most High says, "Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition." And we're living in a time right now, thanks to the work that you and so many other brothers and sisters are doing, in which we are seeing that man of sin be revealed, and we have seen that falling away, and now we're coming back to the knowledge of the truth. We are wanting to come together as one people, and it's a very exciting time. All praises be to the Most High, and I'm just glad to be here, glad to be a part of it. I know within myself that the Most High has called me in my youth to be a leader for this next upcoming generation, and I have a very poignant life story that I can't obviously get into, but I would love to share one day, and I think it could be very helpful to a lot of younger people, and that's what I enjoy doing the most, is trying to bring other young people into this knowledge of this truth, so that we can stand united as one people together under Christ.
Well, thank you, brother, and I'm looking forward to hearing your story. So I'll call you up and we'll discuss this. And let me tell you, it tells us in the Bible that some teaches Christ through strife, through different means, but at the end of the day, Christ is taught. All right? At the end of the day, Christ is taught, and he's at the end of every thought and purpose for gathering our people, right? So I tend to make sure at the end of every conversation, Christ is headed at the end of it. The perspective of why we're here, with Christ included, is the end of all discussion. Okay, he's the finisher of our faith. But so I wanted to frame these conversations real-time geopolitical to bring it back around to why we're here. Right? Obviously, there's 2 separate races, but one door called Israel. There's 2 separate races claiming the same promise and ethnicity. So it's a war of attrition, but these conversations will allow the public to eventually come to a consensus. I'm going to put you on hold. All right. And that's another thing. We have to get to a level where the conversation is no longer who's the real one or I'm the true one. The Game of Thrones had a scene, Elder Lawyer. It was Joffrey and Tyrion, where Tyrion kept screaming, "I'm the king! I'm the king! I'm the king!" I mean, not Tyrion, Joffrey. Joffrey kept screaming, "I'm the king! I'm the king!" And Tyrion said, any man, any king who have to keep telling everyone around them they're king isn't really a king.
That's right.
Right? So the whole thing is, I'm the true, I'm the this. No, what I'll do is I'll just lay out the history. And like my man Johnny Cochran said, if it don't fit, you must acquit. There's two people claiming the same promise and two separate races claiming one door called Israel. Who's going to walk in? Well, the only one who can walk in is that man who agrees, or that woman who agrees with the porter who opens the door. So you know I'm going to talk about at the end of our discussion next week, what is an anti-Semite? Let's talk about the Messiah. But I'm going to say that at the end of it. We found out that that the world can disrespect our Messiah without recourse, reprimand, or getting canceled. We can't say anything against Jews without being labeled anti-Semitic or being canceled. Okay. Well, that should apply for the most famous Jew that have ever graced this planet, Christ. We can't have it both ways. If we're going to protect the Semite that have given you the glory and honor in the eyes of Gentiles.
Right.
But that just makes too much sense, doesn't it? Jared has a comment.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Talk to me.
Yes, sir. Well, once again, you always on point with it, man. I'm talking about really, it's just like when you say they'll rather push this thing over the edge than really admit what's going on, you're right about that. They'll crash our stock markets. They'll take away the 401k. They'll try to bring us to our knees before they'll, you know what I mean, really, really go ahead and just say, all right, you know, because what it really means when we calling ourselves the truth, when we claiming, you know, what the book is and our role in it, that really is a role reversal, putting us back to where we belong at the head, and then they at the tail. You know what I mean? So it's just like, you know, but the truth is out there. There's a spiritual war going on, and I mean, you 5-star general, bro. You out there swinging and banging on them. I mean, you know, all praises to the Most High.
All praises, all praises. And I'll tell you this, Aaron Russo. It was a guy by the name of Aaron Russo. A matter of fact, he died of cancer, this Aaron Russo. He was also a businessman, and believe it or not, he said that he spoke with the elite, my man, my brother, and they were looking to chip everyone. And he wasn't on board with that. He was in Hollywood. He did much work in Hollywood. He said, I'm not on board. He's a businessman. But he came up with the movie Trading Places. Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy. And I believe Aaron Russo knew something. Because he was showing exactly what you were highlighting, a role reversal. That is nothing for a person who was raised in a goody two-shoes area under this right environment, under the correct environment that's created for them, to turn rogue and to become contrary to how they were raised. And there's nothing for a man that's low from a bad community. It's nothing for him to get in position if given the right tools and information.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense, man.
to become
That
great.
makes a
Hold
whole
up.
lot of
To become greater than the man he replaced. And I believe Aaron Russo knew something with Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. Looking back at that movie that was filmed in Philadelphia in the 80s. Yeah, Trading Places.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, Trading Places.
I believe the world is witnessing a trade in places as we speak. And this is why they want to put a lid on these men who has influence. Because they know Kyrie Irving isn't a person of hate. They know that. They know he's not they know that. But they fear what he knows. And it's more about it's more about our people and the history of our people.
Okay.
To why they want him to denounce that particular documentary. It has nothing to do. It's that because what? That changes everything. You're not that special when what? When the pool get diluted with us. See, you're not special. It's only a special group if you can keep others out of it. Well, what if we're the people? That changes everything. Okay, go on.
The proof is there, though. And what I was going to say, Elder, really, I heard Kyrie, and I respect his courageousness and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And he's searching, he's finding. But imagine if he had somebody like you, or if he was in tune with the body, he could really blow it off the top for real. You know what I'm saying? He could, if he opened that book, if he opened that Bible and went through that, it would be no question what we were, how we were, what we supposed to do, and all of that. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
But it's just like we going step by step. So you know what I mean?
You're right.
America, it's a big problem going on geopolitically around the world. They're challenging us. You know, they got the BRICS nation over there. They're trying to throw us out the back door with the world currency. They want to take us out of power seat on that, and then we got the big awakening going on right now. So it's like it's a seesaw effect going on, and it's just like, man, this thing's gonna come off the edge. But as long as we got the heads of the Most High through Christ, I believe we'll make it through.
You're right, my brother. You're right. You're absolutely right. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah.
Hold tight. We're going to come back with the phone calls, and I have a few announcements to make. So make sure you stay here. I'm going to go down the line. Do not hang up the calls because I know the conversations. You want to have these conversations tonight. What was your take on the conversation with the rabbi? I would like to know. What was your take? What is your take on it? We'll be right back, and I would like to hear your take on the conversation with the rabbi this evening. Hold tight. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. Yes, you are invited. Hebrew Bible Academy, December 4th. I would like to see you there. We're going into brand new lessons, folks. That's right. The fall of Sodom and Gomorrah. We have a lot to deal with that. And the lesson, I had to work on it. This is why I couldn't do it this academy. Survive in the wilderness. That's right. What happens after the war? Brothers and sisters, all I have to say is, hey, based on the secrets of the times lesson, we really have about really good, I'm talking about society as we see it, without them restricting us from being able to get around and do things freely. We got a good, I would say about a good 3 years before we're totally censored and our travels are restricted. And I'm going to be talking about that more. I went to the secrets of the times, but there's a date out there, okay? And I'm going to talk about that date according to the Jubilees that was prophesied since Enoch. Now, no man know the day or the hour, but we cannot be ignorant of the season. And even though Satan knows how much time he has, him and his ministers, Christ says, unless those days be shortened, Matthew 24:22, no flesh shall be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. What days? The jubilees of days that was given. That's right, Satan and his ministers to rule. Don't believe in that crap about some antichrist or some Messiah over Jerusalem and a new temple. Don't believe none of that, folks. It's all distraction. Read Matthew 24 and that alone, and you'll understand the signs. You will view what Christ said we must look for before his coming. And it's going to get so bad out here. We'll only live if the heavens intervene. That's how bad it's going to get. They're going to try to make a lot of this death stuff they're pushing mandatory on every level. But I digress. That's a whole nother conversation. Get in the academy, folks, where I can discuss some of what I'm saying freely without censorship. You know, it's frustrating not being able to, just lay it out there, knowing that they're seeking, just take everything down for speaking truth. Let's go down the line. I had Deshaun, Jared. I had Jared. Michelle, been waiting for a while. Michelle, how you doing, Michelle?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to say it seemed like the rabbi was a little confused, but I didn't think this was a debate. I thought it was more like a discussion too.
Oh, well, I didn't want to debate him. It was a discussion. That's why it's called Conversation with the Rabbi. And you said...
Yeah, a lot of people took it as a debate.
Okay. Well, there were some points, of course, in a conversation, a discussion. Some points were debated. That's fine. Let me ask you this. You said, let me tell you, there was nothing... Let me tell you, the rabbi wasn't confused about anything.
Yeah, it's just weird that he admitted that we the people, but then he also say in the same breath that he's the people too. Yeah. And it's like I know when the Torah says it's only one chosen people, so how could it be both of us?
See, because what he's saying in a nutshell, without clarifying, and maybe he can clarify it next week, is that even though there are conversions throughout time, if we all follow Torah in respect of one another according to the laws of Moses, there's no difference. It's almost what the Christians say on the other side. There's no difference between the Jews or the Greeks. So it's the same ideology on either side, Old or New Testament. But at the end of the day, this is what they would like us to believe on the surface. It's clear there's a difference between how we're treated and they're treated. It's clear. It's clearly a difference when someone is in position to cancel or take away someone's lifestyle and the others can't. So no, it's really what it is. It's an ideology they push politically and religiously to have us believe all things are equal, and they just worked to get to where they are naturally as individuals. So that's this whole thing when it says, when he says, we're the people and they're the people too. Right? It's really him saying, as long as we follow God in the law, there's no difference. But we're going to break through that because we're going to get down to genealogy. We're going to get down to next week. Yes. Should we see the physical people of Israel according to bloodline different than those who have converted? See, that's my questions for next week. Right? Because right now they're being intertwined and the waters are being muddied with, we need to just follow the laws of Moses and be good with one another and work together. Yes. But do you view physical Israelites from the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob different than Gentiles who have converted into Judaism? That question, listen, that question is for next week, sister.
And he mentioned the Kabbalah. Where did that even come from, the book?
Well, the Kabbalah is actually, believe it or not, it's that falls under, to some degree, what they would call, some would say, allegedly, levels of mysticism. Okay, and it's really the root of what one would. How can I put this? I'm not trying to offend anyone or like that. Put it this way, because let me speak freely. It's really, in essence, allegedly, through my research, ancient information from the tree of good and evil. Right? It's information from the ancient. Yeah, it's deeply embedded in all of the societies the power structure has established to control the balance of good and evil in every establishment or every country. Okay? So, I'll tell you what, if you're in the academy, when I go into Judaism, I can discuss that, but not on this platform. Not tonight.
Okay.
All right?
All right. Thanks, Elder.
All right. You're welcome. All right. Shalom. Okay. Lolita has a comment. Y'all been waiting for a while, so I'm going to make sure I get through all of these. Yes, Lolita.
Hello, Elder. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you? Lolita. Am I saying your name correctly? Lolita?
Lolita.
Lolita.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How are you? Good evening.
I'm doing fine. I really enjoyed the conversation tonight on the blog talk. I was just listening to how you were asking the questions and how you interviewed him. It was just really professional, and it was outstanding.
Praise the Most High.
One question, I think you guys was talking about how we are Jews too, and he said yes to a point, yes, something like before it's too late. And I wish he would explain. He made a statement and he said, never mind. And I'm like, okay, where were you going with that? Why would you make that statement? And he was speaking about Ruth the Moabite.
Well, sister, make sure you write that down. Make sure you write that down, because next week, part 2, hopefully he can spend some more time. It'll be open for the audience through Blog Talk to ask him questions. So make sure you write that down. Maybe he'll remember it and give you, his thoughts on what he meant by that.
Yes, and then, he was quoting about Ruth the Moabite, and it just reminded me of the book, how it was written back in, the book back in 1874, of the Israelites found in the Anglo-Saxon, and how the book is kind of like, how they kind of wrote themselves in by the diaspora was like, gone. And it was just like he was quoting verbatim how it was written,
Well, I think.
And then when he was talking about.
Well, on that point, real quick, what they do and what he was doing there was validating his position, even if he's a Gentile who converted, by saying there's been other people who've been accepted into Jewry, quote unquote, who weren't physical Israelites. So that also convolutes the situation, and it validates someone not being a Hebrew claiming Jew. So, but I had to straighten that out. Ruth was an Israelite, and I can prove that.
Yeah. And then I had run it the Hebrew to Negroes.
Yes.
And I didn't see anything in there where it was anti-Semitic.
You didn't see it either?
Like, okay, because it's the first beginning of it was clipped. And I remember seeing a guy in Africa last year. Matter of fact, he was traveling along, in Africa. So he must have been doing that documentary then, and he was interviewing some of the tribes at that time in the video. So it was like little clips here and there, and then it had music, and then it had like a little more clips, and then it finally went into the documentary. Basically, the guy actually was speaking about all types of religion from Christianity, Islam, all. So it wasn't like it was one basic on the Jewish or on the anti-Semitic type of conversation where they try to portray that Kyrie had put out or a video that was anti-Semitic.
So let me ask you this: did you hear in that particular documentary? I'm going to see it myself. Did you see in the documentary where the documentarian stated that the Holocaust didn't happen, or did it state that 6 million? Did it say anything on number or anything like that?
No, not that I can recall, because it was a pretty long documentary.
So if they would have said that, you would have remembered it. So you didn't see it. It could have, put it this way, if it was said, you didn't see it.
No, I just think basically how the documentary was set up, it was just basically showing how.
I don't want to talk about what the documentary was saying. I want to talk strictly on whether or not the claims they're making concerning anti-Semitism are true.
I didn't see it. It was just pacing, giving history of our people.
Okay, all right. Well, if that's the case, then they're liable. And I'm talking about these. Let me tell you, these television stations and shows, they have a lot of money. That brother need to look into suing them. If they're making claims that's going to affect his documentary negatively and label it to the degree of censorship, he may have a lawsuit there. But I'm going to look at it. I'm going to look at it from frame, and I'm going to listen to it, because I'm going to listen to it first with trying to hear what they're so upset about first.
Okay, I have one question, Kit. One question.
Yeah.
Could you do a little background history teaching on Josephus?
On
because,
what?
The same guy that wrote on Josephus.
You mean Josephus in general, the historian who was tasked with recording our fall? Yeah, we can do that. We can do a lesson on that. Yeah. We can do a lesson on that.
Was he Gentile?
Huh?
Was he a Gentile?
No, he was an Israelite.
Was he a Gentile?
No, he was an Israelite.
Okay, because the same guy. Okay, because the same guy that literally did a documentary did a debate with our pastor saying that Josephus was a Gentile.
No, he wasn't a Gentile. He was an Israelite, 100%. So,
okay,
no.
So I would like to see that.
Yeah, 100%.
And thanks for your time. I really enjoyed the whole debate.
All right, thank you.
Not debate, conversation.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And yes, real quick, someone asked about Kabbalah, and I didn't want to say anything that would offend others who look, I didn't want to make that a point of discussion with the short amount of time we had for the conversation, right? I didn't want to just go into Kabbalah and offend his belief in Kabbalah and make that a topic of discussion when we discuss anti-Semitism. And it makes sense for me to stay on that point. But Kabbalah, in a nutshell, is what is called Jewish. It's a form of Jewish mysticism, right? Now, of course, in the Bible, it tells us not to deal with any levels of mysticism when it comes to, all of that. The Torah forbids that type of practice in general, unless you're viewing the Torah different and believing that the Torah is just one record, and I'm viewing the Torah through these records, right? But Kabbalah, in a nutshell, is Jewish mysticism, all right? And there is an origin of that, but I don't want to talk about that tonight. And we'll go into that. I'll probably deal with that when I do the Judaism lesson in the academy. I'm doing a Judaism lesson, and what is Judaism will be one of our lessons when I go into who is the Jew, right? All right, thank you for that. Let me go down the line. We have a few people with their hands raised. I see you. I'm going to get you in a second, Sunshine. I see you. 561 area code. 561.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. Your name, sir?
Shalom. Brother Harold.
How you doing, Harold? The floor is yours.
Body. Blessed by the best. Okay, I just have a couple of quick comments.
Yes.
I think that when it comes to us staking claim to our true heritage, it triggers the arrogance of the Jewish community because the world sees them as some of the greatest people on earth, and most see us as the lowest people.
Okay.
So their arrogance causes, will have them to be like, how dare the lowest people on earth try to attach themselves to our heritage when they're beneath not only us, but every race of people. So they try to nip it in the bud immediately.
So you think that's a perspective? That you don't think that's a general perspective. You would think that that's a perspective of those who the arrogant of their particular people. Yeah,
I'm not painting them with a broad brush. I'm not saying every one of them feel that way, but the ones that try to debunk or denounce what our people are saying to be true.
All right, because I'm gonna tell you, I always go back to, and that's why that's why I don't like someone to paint anyone with a broad brush. I don't like it when they do us, right? And I'm not in defense of something, but there's different circles of thought within every group. Like, for instance, I go back to Steve Walkman. I'm gonna let you get your point. The guy that produced and did things when I was a young man going into the music business. And this guy was just enamored with the gifts of our people. Even though he told me that was my first introduction coming out of the Christian church, speaking to someone saying that, Jew, we the chosen people, right? He said that a matter of fact, and I'm like, well, okay, all right, yeah. But anyway, I didn't think nothing of him saying that because he was so fascinated with the natural gifts of our people that I didn't have to state that I was an Israelite to garner any level of respect and honor. He was willing to just do whatever I needed to do in respect of the gifts the Most High have given us naturally. And listen, Barack, Rum, all these people who were doing music, he would soak in the spirit of the gifts the Most High have given us naturally before we knew we were Israelites. So they do admire and respect the greatness in us. But I don't think up until this time they've related that to us being Hebrews or Israelites. Right? But now that it's coming out, I believe there's a sect amongst them who will realize now everything that's naturally gifted about these people makes sense. I think a lot of them are looking back and say, okay, I can see them being God's people naturally, being able to achieve and get through all these atrocities and still stand great in boldness like Moses and others did in Egypt. A lot of them are coming around too. I mean, think about it. I mean, when I spoke to the rabbi, when I first went on the phone, he says, "Listen, he says, listen, Elder, I'm honored to speak with you. Let's do it." So, hey, I'm gonna tell you, and there's a quote that's on their side that the Gentiles say, Rome wasn't built in a day. Well, neither will Israel be. These conversations will allow us to understand one another without any hatred or personal feelings against one another or attacking each other as a group, so that we can get to the meat of the matter and let the rubber hit the road and say, listen, one day they're going to come out and say, listen, I can admit, based on the prophecies about process of eliminations, I can say that black people in number must be the children of Israel. Guess what? That will be said. If not by him, one of them very soon. Watch. Because it's to the point where you cannot deny it anymore. It's going to be crazy for you even to deny it. The more truth that comes out and history that comes out that they have from their side of history. So now I'm going to tell you where it's shifting. It's shifting. Well, we're not denying you being Hebrews. You notice he didn't deny me being a Hebrew. The shift is, I'm not going to deny you being Hebrews, but I have a problem with you denying us. So automatically, them seeking acceptance from us is a change in the ether in of itself. See, it's already, the tide is already turning, because they're not upset that we're claiming to be Jews. He said it himself, more so than us not accepting them. So it's like, oh, this is a different position to be in. How did we get here? So, hey, the Most High have already started turning the tide. But go on, you have the last word.
Yeah, the wheels are turning. But my thing was the level of disdain that they have for Christ. Just in his I literally could see. I was watching it. I could see it. His tone, his mood seemed like it changed when you asked him about the most popular Jew on ever to walk the earth, and how he felt about people being able to talk about him in such a way that would be anti-Semitic, and the way he said he could care less about Christ showed the level of disdain, and that just led me to the book, John 15 and 18, where Christ, and it shows where their higher ups have the disdain for our people, where they can treat us any type of way, come up with these, everything they do with us, known to man. And it just brought me to John 15, 18. Where Christ said, if the world hate you, know that it hated me before it hated you.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you, it's like this. Now that I know wholesale, I'm talking from an institutional standpoint, what some of them believe, be it Kabbalah, be it the influence of the Talmud and the views the Talmud may have against us. When it comes to wholesale institutional, I would say inner workings with me and my people, I can't trust it wholesale from the institutional standpoint. Anything they're pushing from institutions, I don't trust. I don't trust. I just don't trust it. I don't care how they try to sell it. I don't trust it. Because now, the ideology that I've learned from the Talmud is dangerous when it comes to how some of those writings view our people and how they view Christ. So if that's deeply rooted in the institutions, how can I, in their thought, and they have a serious position with institutions which influence our people, how must I trust it? What must I do now? This is why things are being diluted, the destruction of family being taught in our community, the destruction of values being taught, being pushed through media and all that. Guess what? I can't, listen, any children, any parents who have their children in an inner city school being learned under these institutions, it's time to work your children out of that. It's anti-God, anti-Christ. And they're not, guess what? Make no bones about it. At one time, they used to, believe it or not, they used to be button-lipped on admitting how they truly feel publicly about Christ. It used to be something that's only discussed out there. They're brazen with it now. But go on.
I just think they're indoctrinated in their culture the same way we're indoctrinated in ours, and they have to relearn just like we
everyone.
have to relearn.
Exactly. And see, that's why I don't but listen, with that. The individuals are one thing, like the guy that I did music with, like the rabbi tonight. But the institutional construct that's over our people must be broken. I'm looking at everything. I'm looking at the healthcare field. I'm looking at schools. I'm looking at every area we've ever trusted them and saying, you know what? We need to recalibrate this. We need a fast from your institutions, a spiritual fast and a separation from your institutions.
I agree.
Thank you, my brother. Great points.
Shalom.
Shalom. 281 area code.
Hey, good evening, Elder. Shalom. How are you?
I'm blessed by the best. How are you, sir?
Doing well as always. I just wanted to address two things you said really quickly. You asked a question after the rabbi got off the phone. He said you wonder if they're doing it on purpose or if it's subconscious. For me, and then, I don't want to insult the man when he's not here, but for me, it's very, very much on purpose. And but at the same time, I'll say it's subconscious, and it seems kind of confusing, but hear me out. They've already convinced themselves of a certain narrative that they're not going to change from. So number one, that narrative is as follows. When they say they don't consider Jesus in any way, the Jesus that the Christians believe in is starkly different than the one that they know of. The one that we believe in is they consider the Jesus that Christians believe in completely made up. Blonde hair, blue-eyed, long hair, Roman dude. And the Jewish people say that's a made-up figure, just as it says in Wisdom of Solomon 14, that was but a dead man. That man doesn't exist, right? That person that they claim to believe that they put that name Jesus on doesn't exist in them. Now, when it comes to our people waking up, they know our people are going to wake up. They know the prophecy. So when we start speaking about the Messiah in our terms, whether we refer to him as Jesus or Yeshua or whatever, they know who we're talking about very clearly. And that battle has been fought since the time of the Messiah. Even when John the Baptist spoke about it in Matthew 3. In Matthew 3, I won't read very much, very quickly. To me, this is a very, very nationalistic statement from John the Baptist. And think not, he says, but when, in Matthew 3:7, but when he saw the Pharisees and Sadducees come to his baptism, he said unto them, O generation of vipers, who hath warned you to flee from the wrath to come, bring forth therefore fruits, meat of repentance. He called them a generation of vipers, and then he said, bring forth fruits, proof that you are worthy of repentance.
And then he said right afterwards, and think not to say within yourselves you have Abraham as your father. He's talking about genealogy. From those three verses, he's talking about, and the Pharisees and Sadducees, when John the Baptist said it, they said, man, we don't like this dude. Then when the Messiah referred to them when Yeshua referred to them in the same way, generation of vipers, you're like whitewashed sepulchres with dead man's bone inside. He went off on them. And both of those, and that, to me, the argument that, the discussion that was coming between you and the rabbi, this is the same discussion. He knows exactly what you're talking about. And that war has been fought since back then. And they're not going to give that up easily now. So that individual, our Messiah, they know him very well, and they don't like him.
Oh, that's evident.
Our Messiah.
That's evident. As if
I
mean, he's he's the only Jew that doesn't get anti-Semitism protection.
Correct.
So that's the point I wanted to highlight and have him admit that. To why? I mean, don't forget the notoriety and respect that they've gotten throughout these generations from Christians was through our ignorance, believing that there was a connection between them and the Savior we worship. Maybe they're looking at us as, and they know that. And maybe they're looking at us and saying, well, you know what? It was stupid for you even believing or thinking that. That's not on us. We never forced you.
Correct. Absolutely.
Force you to trust us through someone we don't even believe. So that was on you, Christian. But go on.
And if you notice the spirit, that the same spirit that the Pharisees and Sadducees had towards John the Baptist and the Messiah when they went at them in racial terms. Because John the Baptist said, "If for every tree that produced not good fruit," he brought up fruit again.
Yeah.
That tree be hewn down and thrown into the fire. In other words, you can't hide from what tree you come from.
That's true.
I can see by who you are what tree you come from. I know who your father is. And when John the Baptist and the Messiah hit them with that, they reacted to them the same way Rabbi reacted to you. You didn't even say the word real Israelites. Right? You just came at him and said, look, this is what it is. And he said, wait a minute. It immediately took offense to it.
Yeah.
And if he's listening, I'm not saying this to insult him, but that's what happened. As soon as he said real, when he responded and said, well, when you say the word real, it insinuates that we're not real. And as soon as he said, I said, he didn't say that.
Yeah. And see,
so that's that same spirit that the Pharisees and Sadducees had when Messiah and John the Baptist spoke on it.
Well, thank you, brother.
Right.
And get ready for next week, because if you think, wait till you see next week. Thank you, my brother.
And Elder, yes. one more thing, if you could ask him this, just really quick.
Go ahead.
Ben Shapiro says, when they ask about, why do so-called black people go to, get incarcerated more than everybody else? Yeah. Ben Shapiro came on World Wide Web and said it's because of the culture of black people and nothing else. He said it's the culture. He says it's got nothing to do with, making laws to single out our people or, all the different, laws they created back in the Clinton administration and et cetera, the war on drugs. None of that had to do with it. He said that we are incarcerated at a higher rate than everybody else. And we say those same numbers. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is I have to get to the next call, but I don't think I can go there with them because it's going to be hard to hold them down if I bring in a third party with Ben Shapiro. We're going to lose 10, 15 minutes. And sometimes when I'm nailing it down, I need to nail you into a place where there's no movement. So there's no way I'm going to bring in a straw man argument. No, we need to pigeonhole it into what we need to get to the bottom of it. Because what I would like, what I would like is an amicable respect at the end of it, right? Without offense, and with truth reigning at the very end that we both agree to. That's the objective. And at the end of it, Christ being exalted above all. Watch next week.
All
right. Shalom. Great points.
All right, bro. Cheers.
Shalom. very, very, very intelligent perspectives out there. I mean, this is a blessing to hear this all over the earth. The Most High, to hear the eloquent expression, the poignant expression and viewpoints that are in our people. It's prophetic. 347. It's amazing. 347 area code. That John perspective, very nice. 347 area code.
Shalom.
How are you?
Shalom, Elder. I'm fine. Blessed by the best. His name is Ahaya.
Bless you.
So, yeah. I can't wait for next week, and I hope he doesn't chicken out and not show up.
No, he won't. He'll show up. He'll show up.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just wanted to make mention of the fact that when you quoted that scripture of Revelations 9:2, how he wanted to switch the synagogue of Satan over to the Catholics.
Oh, 2 and 9.
He switched that real fast.
I seen him.
Yeah, Revelations 2 and 9.
I seen him, but I did agree with him. I did agree with him that, yeah, they the synagogue of Satan too. Yeah. But go on.
Yeah, they are too. But he's part of the synagogue of Satan also. But he switched it real fast. I think he actually knew. Mm-hmm.
Well, allegedly, let me put that out there. But go on.
Yeah. Well, yeah, allegedly, yeah. I just wanted to make that comment that how fast he switched that over to the Catholics.
Okay. Oh yeah, hey, he's sharp. Yeah. Let me tell you, he's very sharp, and you know what I mean. He's steadfast on his beliefs, and he very seldom will you see him talk or work off script. So he's sharp.
Okay, well I can't wait for next week.
All right, bless you.
Okay.
All right, shalom.
Yeah, shalom.
All right, he's sharp. Make no bones about it. I see Deshaun. I got him. Jared, I already had Jared. All right, a few more. You can come in, Ramar, after this one if you would like, Ramar. 951 area code.
Shalom, Elder. How you doing?
Shalom. Yourself? I'm doing fine. You?
Doing well, thank you. I was just going to say, I'm glad that you had that conversation with the rabbi. The timing is good, and got to give it to him for his bravery at a time like this, for being able to do that, because you got to figure it would be ignorant of us to think that he wasn't being monitored by his elders or other people in his organization. So I'm sure that you're being watched a lot more than you were.
Oh yeah, and make no bones about it. He knew a day beforehand. I like to be transparent and honest concerning what the discussion will be, and I kept it within the confines, the parameters of the discussion, right? And I'm sure this discussion. I mean, he's from. I think didn't he say he's from Brooklyn? So, of course, I'm gonna have the Kyrie conversation with him next week, being that he's in New York. But yeah, of course, it was brave of him, and he stayed on course as expected. I didn't expect him to say anything different, but the discussion is being had, and truth in the midst of our conversation has come to light. But go on.
Yes, sir. And I was just going to say that you played a good game of poker. So when you threw the ace on the table, it forced him to show his hand, and now we know where he stands with the Yeshaya card. If there was any questions, that was answered.
Hey, listen. That's right. You're right about that. It's like I wasn't. You can't have that in the beginning of the conversation and go on for an hour 15 minutes. It's not going to happen. So I had to have that. Like I said, that ace in the sleeve, and that's Christ at the very end. And it went better than I thought it would, because he said it. He said what he felt. We know there's one Jew that doesn't get anti-Semitic political protection, and that was from him.
Yes, sir. Also,
Christ don't get that same protection. And that came from a rabbi. But go on.
Yes, sir. I also watched the Hebrews to Negroes video, and the same thing as the others. I didn't really see anything anti-Semitic in there. And with that, I just like to tell my last point to tell the brothers and sisters that are listening, that might be new or just haven't been in the academy. If you have seen that, or you've watched other things and gained some knowledge, that's just a lick. If you want to get to the middle of the Tootsie Roll Pop and get to the good stuff, you got to get in that Hebrew Bible Academy. That's all I got to say, Elder Shalom.
Oh, yeah, Shalom. Yeah. And I'm sure there's a lot of good things in that documentary, and just to support the brother, I'm going to see it. But there is one thing that I know that's incorrect, and it has nothing to do with the documentary in of itself than the genealogy of the Genesis, the 10th chapter, connecting Ashkenazi white Jews with the Ashkenazi of Japheth. That's historically and theologically incorrect. Okay? Just because you see Ashkenazi there and you say Ashkenazi Jew and say, well, they're Japheth, no, you're wrong. Because you have to go into the history of Esau and Esau's sons. Okay? And then you will get the knowledge of how they became Ashkenazi through the areas that were conquered after Alexander the Greek. You had Zepho, who went into Greece and different parts of Cyprus, and he went into Italy and became king over Italy. That was Esau ruling in a Japhetic land. So I can easily, but guess what? I'm not going to throw out the whole documentary because of that key discrepancy there, or what I would deem incorrect biblical history. Why? Because I can understand how he came to that conclusion. His teachers taught him that. Why? Because it says Ashkenazi in Genesis 10 under Japheth. So I understand how he came to that conclusion. Ashkenazi's there. And then you have Ashkenazi Jews. So they have surmised that, okay, they must be from Japheth. Incorrect. Okay, you're not saying how these people today became Ashkenazi. They weren't from Japheth. Okay? So I can look at that I can look at the film and see that discrepancy there and still appreciate the historical value that's true in it. Right? So it's the same thing that it should be for every other people, including Jewish people. They should be able to see the documentary and there's true history, be able to look at it and say, well, okay, this is what I don't agree with, but this is what I do agree with. It seems as if there's some level of media gaslighting here to make everyone believe that this is some type of Hitler production, which actually throws shade on the good stuff that's in there. And that's disingenuous. That's wrong. You can't do that. If anything, they should do a live viewing themselves of the video and denounce it publicly. That's right. Denounce it and saying, listen, we're here looking at it. The same video that Shaq showed in his movie theater. So Jewish people need to sit down and look at it with them and say, here's the piece right here that offends us, and show everybody so that we can be on their side and denounce it together. If it's what they say it is, let's view it together then. But still, if there's a piece in it we disagree with, you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. It seems as if that's what they're attempting to do because of something, one piece that could be, if it's there, I don't know, I didn't see it, that can only be a fraction of a minute. So now let's discount 3 hours of history that could help connect the dots for our people at least. 773 area code. And it's going to be an early broadcast tonight because I have to travel tomorrow. So I'm not going to be here all night, brothers and sisters. How you doing? 773 area code. And anytime you would like to come in after this is up to you. Ramar, you can come on in. All right. How you doing? 773. Talk to me. Your name?
Hi, my name is Sister Judith, and I just had 2 comments.
Yes.
I really love the
the dialogue that you had with him, and you brought up, look, I have a bunch of books behind me. I mean, I'm not pulling this out of my hat. I have a whole bunch of books behind me that your scholars wrote.
Exactly.
So that was the first point. And the second point was, since he was so against Christ, I put this in the comment, and I heard the elder say it earlier, that makes him Antichrist. And we really ought to pay attention to that.
Well,
that's all I have to say.
Well, I'm sure he under the context of what you're saying here, he would probably agree with that. And a matter of fact, I'm going to ask him that question. Would he consider himself, with some of his beliefs on Christ, Antichrist? So I'm going to write that down, and I'll ask him that.
Thank you.
And because I'm sure, I'm sure he would agree with it with bells and whistles on.
Not even knowing what it means.
He probably wouldn't care.
Because
he probably wouldn't care what people think about what it means for him. He probably wouldn't care. He's like, listen, I think he would say emphatically he's Antichrist and celebrate it. So I'm gonna definitely ask him that question at the end of it. All right.
Well, thank you. It's a great show.
Thank you. Bless you. Ramar, would you like
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Ramar. I asked you, did you want to come on in? Talk to me. Remind us of one of those Peace FM broadcasts, right? Thanks to Ryan, he got him on.
That's what I was going to start with. Taking it back to those Peace FM days.
Yeah.
But what's crazy, Elder? I was watching the discourse between Saul Netter, Polite, and Harry Rosenberg earlier, about 2 hours before this broadcast, and I seen the thumbnail go up for tonight's broadcast, and I seen it, and I was like, My first initial thinking was like, is Harry going to be on tonight? Because I've been seeing a lot of videos with him in it. Here recently, a lot of people are talking to him, and he's willing to talk. So it was funny that when I pulled it up and I seen you talking to him, I said, there it is. So going back to Peace FM. One thing I was going to say was brought out earlier. It was a point that I had on my mind, was how the same way how Christians use the grafting in within Christianity as far as being Israel or being part of the chosen. It's the same way from the Judaism. They use the same grafting in to where it's convenient for them because they don't have to be part of the bloodline. They can just convert. And we're the same. He was saying this with Saul Netter. We're the same. As long as you convert in, there's no difference, and we're the same. Which, in some degrees, there's some truth to that, but it has to be made clear that there is a difference, right? So that was one of the points that had came to my mind, and y'all had already covered it. So, but yeah, man, hey, if we can get more of these, hey, I got my popcorn ready to check them out.
Hey, listen. My bullet points worked for 2 full broadcasts, and I was chopping at the bit for some of the line of questioning for the conversations to be had for this, and I'm glad he said he can do it next week because there's certain things that there's no way we could have summed this up in an hour 15 minutes. So. Wait till you see some of the bullet points we have for next week and some of the history. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out not just my history, our history, but, what book, where my book at? Hold on. Here you go. Where it is. Hold on 1 second. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. The Jews in Their Land, conceived and edited by David Ben-Gurion. So I'm not just going to talk about blacks as Hebrews. We're going to go into the European side and just from their historians, and we're going to talk about it. And we're going to put them both together and eventually say, well, what is prophetically prophetically sound when it comes to what we read in Deuteronomy 28? How has your people fulfilled the curses? And let's talk about how my people fulfilled the curses. That's going to be a good discussion.
Yeah, that'll be on point right there.
Yeah.
Another thing I was thinking about too.
Yeah.
Was some other questions I was thinking, and you can, do what you want, but I was thinking like, okay, you check out Hebrews to Negroes because everybody's saying it's anti-Semitic, and we've had accounts of people saying it's not, but those things aren't being said. Now, Nick's broadcast, you can specifically ask him, have you seen the documentary? Because the way he said it wasn't like he's seen it, but like he heard about it. So first of all, identifying what is anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
After that's been established, have you seen the documentary? And if he hasn't, or if you've seen it and you don't see, according to his definition, what anti-Semitism, the question has to be asked, what about this movie is anti-Semitic then? If there's nothing in there according to your definition of anti-Semitism, then where is the anti-Semitism?
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to download the video. I'm going to look at the video. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask live. I'm going to have it right there for educational purposes only. And I'll ask him or someone else who want to call in, what part can we go to in this documentary that states what y'all claiming it's saying that's anti-Semitic? I'll have the video up. And if what they're saying is true, listen, I'll put it right there before them and say, listen, I agree it's there, and I agree it's from your perspective and what happened to your people. I can understand how this would be considered hurtful. But at least give the people the opportunity to have a good faith conversation instead of them narrating and dissuading people from seeing it, right? At least have a good faith conversation concerning it so that we can publicly agree together, to embrace or deny what's in it. But go on, I'm sorry.
Yes. Oh, no, that's right on point, And, once from the very beginning, the definition of anti-Semitism has been established. And then that's the definition. Now let's look at the documentary. Okay, where are you saying the anti-Semitism according to your definition is? And if it's not there, then there's a lot of people that are lying.
Yeah.
And this is just so that, individuals like this like to squirm. So like you said earlier, you have to, pin them down in a corner and be very meticulous how you, set them up like you did tonight whenever you talked about Christ being the most famous Jew. Well, if he's the most famous Jew and you despise him or you have, nothing good to say about him, is that not anti-Semitism? So these type of individuals have to be set up like that because they're so crafty and squirming around what we're trying to, improve. So.
Yeah. Hey, but guess what? He couldn't deny it. He couldn't deny that it doesn't matter how he might feel according to his religion with his views against Christ. That generally, if you poll the majority of people on earth outside of Jewish people, or you may even include them if they're willing to be honest, and say, well, when it comes to notoriety, who's the one Jew that all people can relate to and can point out as the most famous? And it'd be unanimous. It'd be unanimous. Well, Jesus, Christ.
Yeah.
So then that leads us to another question. How is it that he can be publicly ran through the muck, joked on, and even, folks, lied upon, ridiculed before the world through the media with no defense from Judaism or the ADL? It just doesn't make sense to me. This is the Jew that gives all of you validation through us. Moses doesn't do that for us. It's Christ that gives you, that validates you through our eyes. And that's just the way it is. It wasn't through Moses we seen Jewish people as better or good or great people. It was your relation. It's what we thought your relations were, being through Christ, being of his bloodline.
Yeah.
So they gained notoriety by proxy. It wasn't anything they did outside of that had us respect them initially. But yet you allow the media to disrespect him, and you will rally when someone has something, Negroes to Hebrew, but you won't rally when Christ is getting attacked. Isn't he a Jew?
Right.
Shouldn't he be protected with an anti-Semitism label? So we need to have that discussion, right? And I'm glad he admitted it. He was like, well, listen, hey, I don't got nothing to do with him. I don't care what happens with him.
Right.
I'm like, well, and I said this. I said, Christians, listen up. Because very rare you'll hear them brazenly just say it like that. So don't deal with those violins and pianos and all that other stuff when they says Israel, the dove, and the mountains. Why don't you support? There's someone in Tel Aviv who you can send $30 to and support God's people and all these other things. You can send the money where you want to, but listen, you better know what you're dealing with. When there's people suffering from who are the children of Israel living next door to you. If you want to support the children of Israel, if you know our people are suffering the curses, let's help our fellow man living next to us that are suffering and the children that are not eating. But yet you will send your money overseas and all these other organizations that are pushed by these so-called Christian networks.
Right.
But I digress. Go on.
Well, I just have two final points and I'll fall back.
Yeah.
Moses, because he tried to say Moses is the most revered. I think he's looking at through his Judaism lens.
Yeah.
I don't think a Christian would say Moses, because most Christians, I would say, more so despise Moses the way they try to talk bad about the law.
Yeah.
And always say, Moses is law, and Christ, of course, gives us grace, but they hang their hat on that grace. So, so I couldn't see a Christian saying Moses is the most popular. Second point and last point is, I can't wait to hear his interpretation of the Talmud when he's saying things in the Talmud are being misinterpreted. I want to see his interpretation and explanation for what it says about Christ in the Talmud and what it says about black people in the Talmud. Let's hear that interpretation.
Hey, I may have you pose that question. All right, so make sure you're there. Hey, it's going to be good.
Yes, sir.
I'll be in South Carolina.
I'll pray.
I'll be in South Carolina this coming this weekend. So, but yeah, I need you to pose that question, man. All right, I'll talk to you afterwards. I'll let you know I'm going to be traveling soon. So, all right.
I'll pray.
Thank you, Elder. Bless you.
Blessings.
All right, great commentary. Thanks for chiming in.
Muted.
Yes, sir. If I can add, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Elder.
Unmuted.
Yeah, if I can add to that point, some very great points Elder Ramar just brought out. Elder Ramar, yourself.
Bring your video in.
Yes, sir. Let me see here. All right. Can you see me?
Yep. Yeah. There you go. Talk to me.
All right. Yes. So those are some very great points in regards to this conversation. Just two quick things. I think that at this point, even the people who may have had questions or doubts or may have been adversarial towards a brother Ye or a brother Kyrie at this point are scratching their heads at, what really is the definition and what is this label anti-Semitism? What does it really mean? Because we're seeing it being thrown out so loosely.
Yeah.
And in so many various situations that people are kind of scratching their heads and trying to figure out, okay, so how exactly does this work? So now bringing it into this conversation when it comes to how Christ is viewed amongst those who would label others as anti-Semitic. We can argue all day and go back and forth all day as to who he thinks the Jews are, who we think the Jews are. But one person we don't have a question concerning who we know is a Jew is Christ.
Exactly.
There's no question about that. We know he's a Jew. So on both sides, what is your view of that particular Jew? And if your perspective or your view on that particular Jew is one that is demeaning, one that is derogatory, one that may cause people to feel some level of hatred towards him, if he was to come back into the earth, people would seek to crucify him again. The same way you feel some type of way that when you hear certain rhetoric, it may drive people to have some type of feeling towards you and want to commit atrocities against you. What rhetoric is coming from this community that would have that same sentiment driven towards Christ? And if so, is this particular community, can they be guilty of anti-Semitism if that's the case? And again, it's really driving home this point that this term, the more they use it, the weaker it becomes, because with every time they use it, it's really to the point where it's no basis, it's no force. The more they use it. So I think really, I think having this conversation is really going to help open some eyes pertaining to this. Now, ultimately, I understand that a lot of what we're ultimately, Salakia, looking for as a nation won't take place until Christ returns. And that's just reality.
Yeah.
But at least it will open some eyes to really see the foolishness of a lot of what has been going on in this time, and hopefully will draw people to the faith.
And another thing on the back of what you're saying, the same way they would rally behind an anti-Semitism when it comes to the ideology that one of them are attacked or a group can be attacked, even though they're not related to that person in particular, they're getting in front of something that may affect the whole of them negatively as a community.
Right.
So that's getting in front of the thought that would lead to what they said happened, Holocaust or whatever, because they allow certain ideologies to fester, and look what happened to them. So by extension, when we view it from that standpoint, not keeping that thought exclusively or that protection exclusively for them. If you can feel a certain type of way about the greatest Jew that we revere as Christ, right? And ridicule, mock, and say all types of evil things about him, by extension, those who believe in Christ, aren't we threatened through that ideology?
Right. Absolutely.
You see, it works both ways. You can't have one set of protections to get in front of ideology that will protect you as a group, but allow the destruction and hatred and vitriol to be spewed publicly because you personally don't like Christ under your religion. Because that's a bad, that's a wrong ideology, because through extension, it may harm those who believe in Christ. If you would disrespect him, what's to stop you from disrespecting those who believe on him?
Right.
And I think that brother made that point earlier. That's why it's dangerous. It's dangerous. This is why they don't want to allow over in the Muslim world for Muhammad to be viewed in a negative light and to be ridiculed through their media and all that, because they understand what comes down the road. If you do that to their leader, their prophet, then what respect you have for them in the future, for those who respect and believe in Muhammad? Not that I have anything to do with that, but I'm showing you the example.
Right.
Something is wrong. Something is wrong in a country that would allow Christ to be ridiculed, disrespected, and spat upon through a religious belief. Because if he's not safe, none of us are safe.
Right.
And that's a discussion that eventually we're going to have with the rabbi. And we're going to open up, that Talmud. Great point, Elder Lawyer. We only have a few more. Where's Sunshine go? I'm going to bring her in a second, but somebody have their hand raised. 631 area code. I see you, Sunshine. 631 area code. 631. Shalom. Were you on earlier?
Shalom, how are you? I wasn't.
All right. Your name?
Mac.
Talk to me, Mac.
How are you? Yeah, I wanted to bring out Obadiah 1 and 8, where it says that the wise man will be destroyed out of Edom.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't wise for them to try to, in a time where Black people are taking less and less offensive nonsense from people, for you to come out with a syllabus for Kyrie Irving or 6 things that you expect him to do to grovel to you.
Yeah.
That just wasn't wise in a time where Black people are not. We're fed up. We're fed up with the mistreatment. We're fed up with all these things, and then you coming out with a syllabus of things that you want him to do.
Yeah.
That wasn't very wise, and I felt like that action was that scripture, right? And you know, that you can look at Obadiah 1 and 8, how no one was saying anything wise in those councils before they went on Twitter with a syllabus of things for Kyrie to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they were throwing their weight around, and that shot them in the foot. Because they don't have enough money to put all of us in our place. They don't have enough money to put all of Black Americans or Israelites who are now waking up to put us in our place. You don't have that much money. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of people not scared of death. A lot of people who are not scared of things, and you're not just going to be belittling us and have us groveling. No, we're not. You know, the line is waking up. The line is getting up. You know, and as we draw closer and closer to the end, everyone's dirt needs to come to the light. And now it's their turn. Now they're under the spotlight, and no one is going to accept these people, you know, at a time, like I said, when Black people are completely fed up to shirk accountability for their damage that they've done against us. No one's going to allow that.
Yeah.
And, you know, so they shot themselves in the foot for that. And I wanted to talk about the thing with Kanye West, because the new Black media, like Tariq and the Black Authority, they would like browbeat their listeners, talking about, oh, what was the chess move? This wasn't a good business move. It wasn't about a chess move or a business move. It was a moral move. It was about right and wrong. And because Kanye did that, they wanted to throw him under the bus because he's wearing a White Lives Matter shirt. But because Kanye did that, now it's gotten to the point where the new Black media themselves, who their solution for the longest time was economics. It was economics that people need for us to get out of this situation. Now they're talking about the history of our Hebrew lineage in Africa. Now the conversation has progressed to the point. So now that's what they're talking about. Okay. So it's like, yeah. So there's no way around this truth according to that. According to us being Hebrews and Israelites now, there's no way around it. Like that's where the conversation has progressed. And it's just, you know, it's just nothing that they can do. We're coming closer and closer to the end, and it is what it is.
Well, yeah, brother, you made some good points, and I heard these perspectives sometimes when I hear, you know, Tariq, they bring forth some good points, but it's like this, right? When it comes to business, now, if you're gonna do business, it's bad business practice wholesale to offend those who may have power over your right to earn. That's just business 101. You don't offend your boss, right? So I can understand it from a worldly view perspective if you're looking to just get along, right? But see, there's a broader view. So I can understand that from a business standpoint. Okay. You don't offend those you're in business with without suffering the consequences. That goes with it. Understandably so. But Moses had to make a business move. He had to make a choice between him losing the prestige of Egypt to save his own people. Suppose the same people you align yourself with under the business, even though they're taking care of one personally yourself, but are in league with stomping out the future of your people. A choice has to be made, and someone must sacrifice their riches and power to use that notoriety to make change. Right? And I think that's the piece they don't understand. The sacrifice. Because with sacrifice, there's a chance you lose everything. And of course, they're big, and I can it's understandably so. They're big on the economic thing. Now, the reason why I won't throw out some of their perspectives wholesale, because what they're saying is a glitch in the matrix. Anything that slows up this onslaught against our people, I'll back. So when they say, listen, we're not Democrat or Republican, and we're not voting for anything outside of somebody doing something for my people, they don't even know what they're saying is biblical. So whether they know it or not, I'm behind it because there's scriptures to back that stance. So
when I listen to them,
no, go on.
When I listen to them, I hear so many scriptures pop into my mind because they don't believe the Bible. They're not Bible people. But when they're speaking, so many scriptures pop into my head as they're speaking, and I just want to I just want to call up and be like, these things. You're against the Bible, but everything that you're saying is the Bible. Now, the Bible is legitimate. You're legitimizing the Bible, and the Bible is legitimate. We need to delve into this more. This is the code. This is the functionality and the structure that you're talking about. The Bible is the culture that our God gave us. That's the code. That's the functionality. That's the structure. It's already in black and white. We can just read it and do it.
Now,
it goes into.
Now, let me tell you, brother, it's going there. See, I can tell when the Holy Spirit is moving. It's going there. Whether they want to admit it publicly or not, they're going to begin to, as time go on, view this book differently. I'm telling you, it's happening.
Yeah.
It's happening because let me tell you, anytime our people looking into at once, when men are looking into being Hebrews, and it's causing so much pushback all at once everywhere, no one can deny there must be something to this. And I know these are intelligent men. Tariq Nasheed is a smart man, okay? These are intelligent men, but they just hate the religious portion, seeing how it has been used as an impediment for our people more so than something constructive to help us. So they're saying, listen, economics, we have money will be a defense, and then we'll work out everything else from there. I understand their vantage point, but brother, I believe eventually they're going to have to come around. Because there's nothing more, because what no one can deny is that the people everyone is complaining about, the foundation of organization that have led them to the top to rule everything is Torah. So what is it in that Torah we're missing? They're telling us in the Christian church, the law's done away with. Don't even look there. Don't even go there. Oh, no, we're not under the law. We're under grace. They don't even want us there because there's an organizational foundation that now have us on equal footing when it comes to understanding the law. Automatically, with them in the law and us denying it, places them as a chosen people over us because God gave Israel law to rule all nations. So they gave us an ideology not even to look into building ourselves on a level of law, civility, and morality. And once we do, it lowers all the shine that's on them because why? The people of the spirit, of the light, is performing the law above even them. Brothers and sisters, I'm going to tell you, that's the thing that's why they want to put a label on these videos and all that's out there. Because why? If everyone else is doing it, you're not so special anymore. But go on.
Can I say two things?
Go ahead. I'm gonna have you have the last statement. I spoke enough. Go on.
yeah, you said that it's going to get to the Bible eventually. They will eventually accept it. There's just so many good ideas in it. Of course, they will accept. Like if you're a wise, intelligent man, and if you give it a chance, you're going to see there's just so much good concepts in this thing to internalize and to adopt that you will go into. You should go into it. And also, last thing, it was Tariq's, because I listen to him a lot. It was either his last broadcast or the one before that where he was going into the history of Hebrews in Africa. I believe he was talking about.
Okay.
It wasn't the Igbo. It was the other ones or whatever. But the question remains: if that's the case, and we are the people who were taken from those tribes and transported and enslaved, then doesn't it stand to reason that we are Hebrews? Then we are Israelites. Like so. Someone should ask him that question and have him admit it. Have him admit that, because he does Twitter Spaces. Go into Twitter Space and ask him that. I was listening to your broadcast and you were going into the history of the Hebrews. So since we are those people that were taken from those tribes and brought over here, then aren't we Hebrews then? Right? Because he has the FBA thing, which is a political designation. That's not a lineage.
Listen. I wouldn't go there with him because he's doing fine in the lane he's in.
True.
He's doing fine in the lane he's in. I'll let him do what he's doing. Right? And I'm not going to disrupt that because what he's doing, I know, even though he may not know. They are a glitch in the matrix, and the Holy Spirit is guiding our people to defy our current condition and to change things. And I'm going to tell you, it's all coming around full circle. Some people were denying it because why? I was living at a time, young man, when being an Israelite, one could easily dismiss it. The crowd, it was no shine on it. There was nothing you can tie yourself to and be cool and also claim to be Israel. But that time has changed. If Kanye can say it, and Kyrie can say it now. And they are speaking amongst one another. And Nick Cannon can say it now. Right? Now others are looking around and say, well, listen, I always wanted to say this, but I was the outcast. When it becomes normal to say, many people are going to embrace the train that's moving. Even if they're dealing with it from a political standpoint. If the train is moving, they'll hold on to it so it can move their political agendas along also. And guess what? It doesn't matter how we come together as long as we come together. I'll be the one with the Bible and say, well, listen, Professor, what's his name? Professor Black Truth. A lot of wisdom you expound, you need to read the Wisdom of Solomon. A lot of stuff you're saying is right there. About the different occupations he had and how he learned business and all that, and was able to now apply it to establishing finances in which he can call his own shots at a certain age. That's Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha. So a lot of brothers and sisters don't know that the wisdom that they're actually utilizing is coming from the heavens, but the church have never taught us how to utilize the word to transfer it into real life results. The church been teaching us the pie in the sky, while the other people are using our record to yield what? Community results by using the Torah. So when you explain it to them that way, they're going to be like, well, okay, listen, we're intelligent enough to hear this angle. Where you coming from with this? And that's where Bible men begin to teach. So don't expect them.
Right.
Don't expect them to become teachers and all these things. The lane the Most High have them in is for a reason, but I can see clearly why they're there and the importance of their presence. And I can respect it also. All right?
Yeah.
Thank you, my brother.
Shalom. Thank you.
Shalom. Bless you. How old are you, young man?
31.
All right. I know your family proud of you. Bless you, my brother.
All right, thank you.
Shalom.
Shalom. Have a good night.
All right. Oh, yeah, Elder Lawyer. We're at the end. Hey. Are y'all ready for the adventure? Boy, let me tell you, it's going to be amazing. This adventure of Israel rising as a people, and the media can do nothing about it. Hey, you cannot put a lid on this. You cannot put a lid. I don't care how much crap you try to teach in school. Let me tell you, they have given positions to every nut job and every... You talking about the dregs of society have gotten authority, an open pocketbook, and they've given the low intellect and all that keys to the vehicle called the United States of America and the world. They have financed all that's wrong with the world and put them in charge on purpose. They're throwing everything on the wall and hope it'll stick, folks. Why? We're back. The devil is like, listen, we're just going to implode everything now that these people are waking up. But folks, there's a constant light that comes from the heavens that's actually putting all of what we're witnessing in perspective. Truth. We need to stand together on it. Follow God's law and come back to the knowledge of the Almighty, because this is one of the greatest times on earth to be living. Finally, the children of Israel coming out of darkness, claiming our true heritage and identity before the face of those who've enslaved us. Man, who would have thought? Sunshine. After this, no, you hold up, Sunshine. You got 2 minutes because I got 7:02, which is the last call. You got to be quick. Cut what you got to say quick. Come on.
Okay, Elder. Okay, I prayed for you in the moment, and you were wise but harmless, even though you were there trying calmly to push buttons methodically. You said it. Where patience possesses our souls. The issue is fairness is on a slant indeed. Anyone can stake claim to whatever identity he chooses in this world, a man identifying as a woman or a woman as a man, or a descendant of slaves identifying as a Christian or as a Muslim, or a convert identifying as an equal claimant to the house of Israel. And these claims are made without a feather being ruffled or an offense taken. However, the moment we, the true children of Israel, because that's what we are truly, whether people like it or it's grievous to hear, even attempt to seek out our nationality in this awakening that is outside of this system's control or programming, we are met with hypersensitivity and semantic gymnastics and wiggling explanations as to why our way of identifying should not be tolerated amongst the many other identifications allowed out there. Our search is met with arbitrary silencings and labelings as an attack against others and even anti-others, and never seen as our own business, amongst ourselves. And it is so blatantly obvious that every and anything else goes as my truth and his truth or their truth, but these many so-called truths are still accepted and not attacked. Yet although the statement was made that his people are obsessed with truth, and he himself is a hawk looking for the existence of evil that may be lurking within or among his people with such reverence and in such ambition, the truth about who we, so-called Blacks, Negroes, and Hispanics are is swept under the rug and disregarded or wrongly presented, whether through the secularism of media or like in the False Root Saga, or withheld in the buried history, not shared within the convert written and voted on textbooks in our public schools, or within the churches and mosques everywhere. So a question poses, what truth is being obsessed over by the certain community? And is this truth obsessed over partial truth or part of some kind of dual approach to truth that attempts to split truth in this world? Is truth now split between ideas of good and evil? What is clearly seen by eyes that can see is the rally and rushing against our community.
You got to speed it up. You got to speed it up, Sunshine. You gotta speed it up.
Okay, and so all I wanted to say as the boiling issue is that the whole and regardless, they may despise dominion, our Christ and King James and now us, and whether or not any person or entity out there that's of what Christ describes, if they say it's something different to what he did describe, and they deserve equal portion, to what God said is ours, it's just inconsequential. Anyone can call the sky blue, the sky blue and the sea, and label the sun and the moon as opposites. But the fact is that no matter what they do, they cannot take away from what our promises are. And we can now see that the blaring truth is that the difference is the remnant under Christ is completely different from those who are being revealed every day in sin. And we know anyone who's outside of Christ are dead men walking. And that's all I wanted
There
to
it
say.
is. There it is. And make sure you keep that down halfway through going forward. But you made some great points there. Great point. How they automatically get offended with us claiming to be Israel, when getting our communities together by following the law and coming back to God has little to do with us thinking about them. 702 area code.
All praises to the Most High. Elder, I just wanted to say that my favorite verse, Psalm 119, 165, you totally demonstrated tonight. And it goes, great peace have they which love my law, and nothing shall offend them. Thank you for that.
Well, thank
I
you,
wanted
sister.
to mention.
Go ahead. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
I wanted to mention about the Talmud. I noticed when he had brought that up and he realized that you knew what he was talking about, he became a little appalled at that and kind of stepped back. But because when we read, or if anybody know about the Talmud, it doesn't say anything kind about Christ or Judah or Mary or things of that nature. But when you look at Judah and Christ, you can't separate the two. You can't separate the two. So what I saw in the situation, in the conversation there, was Judah is the seed of Jacob. And then that takes us back to Esau and Jacob in that situation. And when we look at Esau lost his inheritance, his power. That's one thing. But he was disobedient at the same thing. So when I listened to what he was stating there, it's like you cannot say that we are not. And I believe that they get it from this part because we have the same dad and we have the same mom, and the inheritance belonged to us in the beginning anyway. So how do you think you can separate and say that we are not, instead of understanding that there were two nations in her belly and one was given the bloodline? Okay. So I believe it's like, as long as we have the inheritance, as long as we have the power, you can have your Christ, which is truth. And Esau, even he wasn't into being obedient to his father or doing those things that his father told him to do. He was more or less upset and crying the most because of his inheritance and his power. So I just, when you was talking to him, I really just saw the power situation. But when it comes to Christ and the truth, we can't separate. How can you sit and talk to me when Christ is Judah? He is Judah.
Yeah, but
are we.
Yeah, but one point you brought out in particular that I can talk about is the fact that when they realize, usually when you go into the Bible and say something that really have them, that really highlight that the fact that there's a lot of things in the Torah they don't believe. Usually when you go into the Torah, their fallback is, well, there's other records like the Talmud. We don't just respect the Bible or the Torah or the Old Testament in of itself. We view it through the rabbinical writings and also the Talmud. Now, they expect us not to respond back because very few of us have actually read the Talmud, right? So they usually will use the Talmud as an escape to when we're bringing out a point of the Old Testament that we see on the surface exactly what it's saying, but through the Talmud, they may have a different interpretation. So they'll use the Talmud to say, well, I dismiss what you're saying because the Talmud gives us a different interpretation. But that's usually with them not knowing that, that's usually with them thinking that we have no knowledge of the Talmud. But once they know we have knowledge of the Talmud, then the switch happens. Well, they have to preface it with, well, there's a lot of Talmuds out there that, that are falsely written. So what I'll do is I'll go through. What I ask is, well, what Talmud do you say is the Talmud that's authentic, that should be respected as a Talmud to be read? Which one in particular? Well, then I'll pull up the title of that set of Talmuds, and then I'll read out of it what I know concerning the ideology of that Talmud and how the rabbis within the Talmud, how they feel against black people. So what I do is I don't go into the argument of, well, okay, there's some false Talmuds out there. I ask, well, Rabbi, give me the Talmud you read. I'll pull that up and see if it's in there. See, but those are, it's for conversation going forward, so that we can have a aha moment, or to say I got you on this. It's to have a honest conversation to put all destructive ideology to rest, even if it's from your side. If you don't want anyone bringing forth anything negative that can affect your people, then that should work on both sides. If there's something in that book that's shining a negative light on our people, or people who follow Christ as a whole, you must be ready to denounce that publicly, like we're willing to denounce anything wrong that can be deemed anti-Semitism. It doesn't go just one way, because it's more destructive if it's being taught through religion. If you're learning in your religion that blacks are less than, or all that in your religion, and it's respected amongst your religious records, that's religious. That's being a religious radical. That's religious. That's extreme. That's what they told us a religious extremist is. But thank you, sister. I think. Hold up. Gaja. Elder Gaja's on the line. Where is he? Hold on. Where Gaja at? I think he popped up, Elder Lawyer. Hold on. Did he? I'm sorry. Let me see if Gaja there. Is he there? 1 second. Did I see Gaja there? Hold on. 1 second. Oh, there he is. Merge him in. You hear me, Gaja?
Shalom.
Shalom. How are you? You got your video?
Yeah, let me put it on 1 sec.
And I'll be flying out next Sunday. I'll be over the pond next Sunday.
Oh man, I'll be there.
Oh, so you must have heard about the Ryan was able to set up the rabbi, and we're gonna have another discussion next Wednesday.
Get you up here. You got me? You can see me?
Oh, I can see you. Oh, were you in for the broadcast? Let me pull you in, Elder Lloyd. Elder Guy. Hold on. Yeah, we had one of those broadcasts tonight.
I was listening to it from the beginning, from the start to the end, man. I'm familiar with Rosenberg. It's called.
Let me get you. Hold on, let me pull you in. I'm trying to see where you are here. Hold on, let me see. going on? It seemed as if. Hold on, guys. Let me see if I can find you here. Oh, there you are. There you are. I got you. Hold on. There you are. Okay, God, you talk to me.
Here, man. I'm here. I've been listening to the broadcast from the start. I'm actually in the car park up just listening to it. You with me? Funny guy, that guy. Funny guy. I mean, I hope he comes back on. He's been hanging around Israelites for a long time. He knows who we are. Fully knows who we are. So to hear the conversation not being enforced by him earlier is interesting. You with me? Because if you go back and you listen to him, he's spoken to Israelites before. He knows who we are. You know what's here. You understand me? And that question that you asked him at the end was deep. Is that okay then? If Christ is the most famous Jew alive that ever walked the earth, how comes there's no anti-Semitism when people hate on Christ? We don't hear that argument. That's a deep question you ask him, man. You with me? I'm sorry it could stay a little bit longer to really answer to that. You understand me? And another thing I'd want to hear, man, is Kanye West or the basketball player there, are they anti-Semitic when they claim to be Israelite? I'd like to hear that. You with me?
Well, we're gonna have the Kyrie Irving anti-Semitic conversation next week. But go on.
Yeah, man. Because he knows the rabbi have been hanging around Israelites for a long time, for a good 6 years now. I've seen him on the scene talking to Israelites, identifying brothers over there in Africa as Israelites. So he's well versed. You understand me? So when him come on this evening and in conversation, he wasn't leaning towards that. It was more the argument that the last rabbi we spoke to saying, okay, then I can accept you as a Jew, but you can't accept me as one. That's a different conversation altogether. You need to just tell us that we are the Jews. Come out with it. None of this tongue-in-cheek conversation
Thank
about
you for
conversion.
using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm saying this, we're not talking about conversion right now. We're not converting right now. We're talking about real people claiming to be the kinsmen of the children of Israel. Paul says in Romans the 9th chapter, I wish myself a curse on Christ and my brethren, my kinsmen, you with me, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the promise. So we're talking about real people. We're not talking about some converted people that came into some religion and trying to adapt a religion or nothing like that. No, man, we're talking about bloodline people. So when to hear him skate around that argument earlier today is like, okay, this is interesting. When he's on record admitting to who the children of Israel are by blood.
Yeah.
You understand? So
yeah. See, but like I said, Elder, like I said, it's like this. You have to pick your battles, and if you argue every point, none of us will come to a consensus to agree on how we interact as two separate communities going forward. And that was my point. It's so much stuff being thrown out there that could be challenged that if you answered every point, there would be no point made. It'd be 0 point. But guess what? I wrote everything down though.
Like I said, with these conversations, some of these people are master diverters and masters are putting in fillers to just you end up chasing your tail in a conversation. So it was good, it was good to see it, and then you can always go back and listen to it again. So it was good, man, because I know that he's on record stating that he knows we are the children of Israel. He's on record stating that.
Yeah, he's on record. Understand me? Yeah. And a matter of fact, I'm going to take one of the videos and take a clip and have him answer to his admission that there are bloodline Hebrews. So in order to do so, that was his own words. He's going to have to tell us what's the difference between them and those who convert. And then it's down, okay, when it comes to prophecy, where God said in the end day that he would do this with these particular people. Were he talking about physical Israelites or converts? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Your audio went out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, even to his words then. All right, then cool. He doesn't want to read the New Testament. All right, let's stay in the Old Testament. You with me? Christ is more in the Old Testament than the New. So let's stay there and say, yo, who are these people here? Who is this prophecy pertaining to? Who is coming through Bozrah with dyed garments? Who is that? You understand me? Let's answer these questions. Okay? Who is what's going on here? Who's Shiloh? Who are these people here that the gathering of the people going beyond to? Who is this going on with right now? We can ask him that. You don't want to go into the New Testament? All right, fine. You with me? Paul say you have a condensed sentiment of low estate. We can get down to your level if you don't want to go there. You understand me? And it's on the record. Yeah. Whether you like it or not, it's out there for the record. And this is the thing with these conversations. Like you read the comments, I'm going through the comments, and a lot of people are saying, "Oh, like you said, should have said this," but now, man, everything that needs to be said is being said, and you can go back and you can check it, because check it now. This conversation isn't necessarily for the people in the know. This is for people who's going to stumble onto this at a later time. You understand me? What's going on with the buzz going on in the earth right now? You understand me? So when them stumble onto these conversations that we're having right now with these rabbis and the first rabbi we spoke to was about 12 years ago. You understand me? If we start to replay some of these interviews again and bring them up, you'll see it. You understand me? This is something that they have always known and wanted to avoid, and it's right in them face right now. You can't avoid it right now. You understand? You can't avoid it. You can try and water it down. You can try and deviate it. Of course, this is why you have the apologetics that was so hell bent on trying to stop the children of Israel from actually knowing who they are. We're seeing it right now. This is it's an amazing time to be alive right now, to see this going on. Opening up, fulfilling right in front of our eyes. You understand me? So an interview like this with a rabbi, and an accredited rabbi at that, you with me? Yeah, it's great. I'm looking forward for part 2 of it. For second talk, you with me? I really hope he does honor his word and come back on for part 2.
I believe he will. And because the dialogue we're having is for understanding. Okay. The dialogue we having is for understanding. And I'm sure there's people in the Jewish community he's well respected amongst will hear our side without getting offended. Will understand that, no, it's not about us attacking anything other than us getting on code with our God, understanding that we're living in the last days and it's time for us to do right. We're not going to ask for your people to fix our people. The law works. The law works.
And that's a good point, Elder. Wouldn't you want people to keep the laws of Torah? I mean, come on. But isn't that a good thing?
Exactly. So, or you are offended because you're not so special now that we realize that the lost tribes of Israel is part of our history. And if we want to go into Holocaust and things of that nature, or genocide, I don't like to be one to compare genocides because they're bad in of itself. But we need to look at what happened in 70 AD. We need to really examine how Jerusalem, our whole homeland, was taken from us.
Listen, even if we don't even go back that far, man, I was on the west coast of Africa not so long ago. Over 100 million people died just getting into the slave castle. If that's not a genocide in itself, I don't know what is. And we have to, these are tough questions and tough things that certain people have to come to terms with. Listen, the people that own these ships, the people that own these ports, guess who they are? Guess who profited?
Well, I'm saying we have to pick this up next week. I'm gonna call you offline because we're still trying. We still gotta reach the 4 corners of the earth, and I'm trying to keep this station, this channel as long as possible before they claim that everything we've been saying is one big conspiracy theory. Because I believe that's where they're going now. They're going to try to say that if blacks say they're Israelites, it's a conspiracy theory. That's where they're going. But we'll talk offline. I'll call you offline, okay?
And listen, I request I have of you if you don't mind, Elder. That song that you gave me, man, Cry. You got it still with you?
I cried.
Yes, Elder. I need that song.
Okay, let me see if I have it on this computer. Oh yeah, I do have it.
If I can get it, Elder, please. If you finish it, please. I need it, man.
I will finish it. I will finish it. I will finish it before I go. We can leave with it. We'll leave with it.
As you know, man, it's been a very trying time, to say the least.
Oh man, yeah. I know it's gonna be. I'm gonna be there with you, brother.
Yeah, man, I can't wait to see you, man. You have no idea how much.
Yeah, brother. Hey, brother. I'm gonna embrace you, my brother.
Yo, trust me, man. Trust me.
Hey, I'm gonna embrace you. I love you, my brother. We went through some hard times.
Yeah,
Here's
man.
it is right here.
Love you, Elder, man. Love you, man, and the Most High continue to bless you, man, and just keep you safe, man. Keep your family safe, man. Enough love, enough respect to Lera, man. You get me? Lera, man.
Yeah.
Lera. When I can't wait to see Lera. Can't wait to see Lera, man.
And we're gonna be there next week, brother. We'll be there.
Yeah, man. I can't wait. I genuinely, man, I can't wait to see you, man. Cannot wait.
A couple of days, I'll be there, my brother. Bless you. I'm gonna call you.
Alright, I'm here, man. I'm waiting for your call. Alright, man.
All right.
Israel, no. Shalom. Just keep it together. And like I said earlier, we're gonna hit up the four corners of the earth. You with me? As soon as the dust settle here, I have some places that we're gonna hit. We're talking to the people. So just the announcement's gonna be made, and people will know where we at, man. All right. So enough love, and I'll speak to you soon. All right.
Bless you, man. I love you, man. Shalom.
I never felt this way. I never thought I'd see this day. I tried to keep you close to my heart. Heaven knows I've tried. I came to see you today. You had to go away. I couldn't hold back this pain, even though I tried. Today I cry.
Oh. Shalom, brothers and sisters. Stay strong. We must persevere to the end. We're the children of Israel, and we're back. Stay in the spirit. Follow God's law. We're in for the home stretch. On the home stretch before the war. Before the war. Ahai is calling back Israel. Have a good night.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the islands of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. The highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. Good point. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. high gatherers in Colombia, Ruben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, a highest gathering.